succeeding at helping people. Well, we can't succeed without a shelter, first of all. There's other things that are needed as well, like affordable housing. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for that affordable housing and fighting for it, like we're going to talk about here, how we're trying to, make sure that other socioeconomic groups are thought of when housing is being built. We'll go into that later. What was I going to say? So ultimately, we need a shelter for people to go, because what we see, you guys, on the streets, we've literally been boots on the ground for 10 years, is that people often have these prophylactic or preventable reasons for being homeless, and they're not getting addressed. And so then people are coming out, they're coming out to the streets. And yes, what you do see, in regards to the drugs and whatnot, and the disparity and the sorrow on the streets, that is directly related to like somebody that's down on their luck. There's no hope. You're getting criminalized. You're getting charges, which is going to make reintegrating into society harder, right? So you're seeing all of that that play out because we don't have a shelter, and we can address issues more easily when people are in a shelter inside. We're not chasing them around outside. We're not trying to provide them with their medical care and their wound care while they're laying in the dirt. And, also one thing that I wanted to talk about with you guys today was, it seems, in my opinion, that, like say there's another crisis in a community, like any other crisis, it seems, but this one, like say that a bridge falls down and it needs to be rebuilt. And so you bring in experts, you bring in like the structural engineers and all of these people who know how to solve that problem and rebuild the bridge. The difference we see in this crisis is that it seems like people come in who have absolutely, and we often call them NIMBY, not in my backyard, not to be derogatory, but that is what people are called, who sort of come out of left field and try to stop or prevent a shelter from being built, try to stop people who have the expertise on how to manage multiple different nuanced issues that people have. And so it's just always like really interesting to me to think about how we allow that to happen. And sometimes politicians even encourage it, and the wealthy encourage it, because it's like they're trying to keep us fighting the guy next to us, or they're trying to keep us fighting the guy below us. But we're not looking up, and we're not looking at these systemic issues at play, and we're not allowing the experts to really make a difference, because in order to really make a difference, the approach has to be much grander than what we've seen. It can't be these little band-aids like this little 2-3 person house or respite or whatever, or 8 beds. We're growing. We have to grow with the population. There's always going to be a poor class wherever you go in society, at least under the current systems, I guess, that we have. And so we have to learn and see that we are being manipulated in a way to be against one another, when we all have the same thing in mind, which is creating a more healthy and equitable community for everybody, the rich, the middle class, the poor, the extremely poor. And if basic needs are not met, then we will see what we're seeing now. And so basic needs are not being met for many, many years. And I just want to encourage people to, write letters to the city and to the planning commission, show up at these meetings and show your support for a shelter, and don't fall victim to people spreading false narratives. And we can talk about more of what that might look like. But in general, we really do need a shelter. And there are things under the surface that you're not privy to that are happening in a government level that are making it happen. And I'm told by most all politicians I've ever spoke with, I'm told, not to really dig into it. Don't go into the weeds. Don't look into this too hard. Just smile, get along with each other, and go to, I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. But I think people do deserve to go into the weeds and see who they're voting for. I'll just give one example, that council member who consistently says how poor she is. And then we come to find out through public records that she owns like a luxury a vacation home in Hawaii. And so why is that important? It's not just for the shock value. It's not just to be funny. It's so important for people who are voting to know who they're voting for. Because if you live in one of the poorest districts in the entire state, right, you want to know who you're voting for. And if someone says they're poor, that's probably why you voted for them, because you thought, well, maybe she's going to have my best interest in mind, when we're finding out otherwise. So we are just trying to bring the truth to light so people can make their best decision, no matter what that decision is. I'm not telling you which way to think, but I believe we need to provide you with all of the information and not omit it like we're seeing done at a higher level.
Kimmy, what I want to do is really take some time here, because what I have found, and I appreciate all the work that you both have done, and I follow it. I cover city council meetings, but unfortunately I find it difficult to follow what you guys put up.
Yeah.
And so I think this would be really helpful for everyone if we just have a slow discussion about what is actually going on and what has happened. I think this would be very enlightening for everyone to roll it out. But what I want to do is first answer the questions that are coming in. And so the first question is it a homeless shelter or a tiny home community? And thank you for your questions. Please keep them coming in the chat.
So that's a tricky question. It's all of the above. However, what the people who bought the land are trying to do, and then just a disclaimer, I don't represent any of them, so always fact check me. I do all my research. You can do your own too. I don't have any special privileges or get any special information that's not publicly available. So at all of they did multiple presentations for the last year, and at least a dozen that I know of, and they presented the whole thing in a PowerPoint. We can send that link. I'll send that link after I'm done explaining it. That shows you sort of the ultimate vision. And the vision included a larger congregate shelter, right? Like it's you think of if you've ever toured the one over in Port Orchard on Mile Hill Road, where it's like an enclosed, it's all inside, everything's inside. It's like a huge congregate shelter. And then there was another layer. There was going to be these pallet tiny house villages. That's like a different level of stabilization and housing. And then there was going to be a third level, which was going to be this affordable housing, like a normal, typical apartments that you see around, right? That are deeply affordable, not dependent on like the AMI, which is a different discussion. So it would be more fairly priced to actual people who live here in this community, who on average make like $64,000 a year. So the rent would be deeply affordable for people there as well. So it would be this incredible center that we've never been offered before, that not a lot of other areas have been offered before, to have this one location that could contain all of it, be completely fenced, 24-hour security, no alcohol, no drugs, no weapons. I mean, stricter rules than all the neighbors around, right? It's very monitored cameras, like it's like so secure compared to what we're doing now. It's just so dangerous, and just having people's suffer on the streets. And so I will post the link to like the overall vision. But what's happening, you guys, is the city initially, before House Bill 2266 passed, the city initially was blocking it using these bureaucratic roadblocks, which includes like a massive amount of like design permitting requirements that are exhausting. Like you couldn't do them. You couldn't live up to these standards, like standards that maybe some luxury apartment would live up to, not a basic square shelter, right? And so then they were like, shoot, we got to stop because they're really pushing back. The city's really making this hard. We're getting the vibe, that we got to pivot. So then they pivoted to their second project that wasn't supposed to happen until a different stage. And they're like, well, let's build this pallet shelter. So that's how it's confusing, is people are wondering, what is it? The congregate shelter? Is it the pallet shelter? Well, they want to do all of it. And the goal is that they still will, but we're highlighting how they're getting blocked and how we need to speak up against this, because they're doing it in a very quite sneaky way, as Jose will talk about later.
All right. So if you will, what is that website, so I can go ahead and put that in there? Do you know what the name of it is offhand?
The show. Well, it's like from study notes. It's like like agenda packets.
Oh, okay. It's an agenda packet.
So Jose has it here. I'll send. Do you
want to
send it?
Well, why don't you send it, Kimmy, and
Yeah.
then we can go ahead and throw it to Jose. So, Jose,
Yes.
give us a how did this come to be? You know, BHA was looking at this property. Can you kind of lay that out for us? How they came across this property? Do you know the history on that?
I can tell you what I know, and what I know, because I don't. I think I've spoken to Joe Crane once, and I saw a presentation he gave at a Jane Rebalowski town hall, and it was excellent. He's a really good speaker. He does have a real grasp of what they're trying to do. But most of my knowledge is from Public Record Act requests. And the last batch I actually got June 30, and because they're voluminous, it takes me a while to go through them. So these I actually have put in the July packet of the Planning Commission meeting as attachments, as exhibits to my comments in that process. So this is what we see. We see the BHA doing its thing, but then I shouldn't have been surprised. What we also see is Denise Fry. Let me put it this way. I'll give you the context. January of 2024 is the first vote from City Council voting for the BHA hybrid shelter project. In that January 2024 vote, there was a competition of three alternatives. The mayor's, Oyster Bay, Eric Younger had this little weird thing, kind of middle of the ground, I believe. And then there was the BHA shelter. The council voted for the BHA alternative shelter. And in fact, Denise Fry was very enthusiastic at that time. And she even expressed her support not only for the BHA shelter, she expressed support for a shelter site in the future being located in her district. Mm-hmm. She actually said that. She cited to the Swing Set Mall, which is in Harrison Heights. So she actually approved, theoretically, a shelter site in her district. Short of a year later, December 2024, again, the council voted for that shelter, and they did so in order to obligate ARPA funding to that project. This was a requirement. If they did,
slow down. What is ARPA funding? Explain that.
It's basically COVID funding.
Okay.
It's from that era. They hadn't done anything with it. The U.S. Treasury requires that if you're going to use all of your ARPA funding before it dissipates from non-use, a city council has to make the adult decision. City council is the only body in government that can improve funding, right? They control the purse strings, the approval or denial. U.S. Treasury rules say if you really want to use this ARPA funding, you're going to have to obligate it to a specified, described project. Once you obligate it, we'll know you're serious. And then essentially, you're stuck with that obligation. It is a contractual thing. Obligation in the U.S. Treasury world basically means it's a formal, conclusive decision. And for that reason, the preferred method is a contract. So they did not lose that ARPA funding. Council voted to approve an interlocal agreement between the city and the BHA. And of course, the BHA has their nonprofit partners. So that actually is setting it in stone, right? So council voted for it twice. And so what we see after that second vote, the emails show, and they are part of my comments in the July Planning Commission packet. We see Denise Fry reach out to Jack Paul. Jack Paul is a Sound West Group partner. They are the Fat Cat developers in town and the region. Denise Fry says, Jack, thank you for agreeing to look at that Sheridan site. Can you please give me the calculations for how much revenue loss that would be represented if a nonprofit takes over that site? So that's 2 months after she voted for the BHA shelter. So what she is doing is starting to create a phony argument that if the BHA occupied that site, there would be some tax revenue loss to the city. Okay. A month after that, she is reaching out to Andrea Spencer. So this is Denise Fry, and Andrea Spencer is the director of the Department of Community Development. She heads the agency that does both permitting and also creates development regulations, and basically the one in charge of regulating and having oversight over land use decisions. So she reaches out to Andrea Spencer, and for one, the really important thing to do when she does this is there is no reason for any council member to reach out directly to Andrea Spencer outside of public view.
And how do you know these things, Jose?
This is an email.
An email?
This is an actual email.
Okay.
It's dated. So this is a March 2025 email from Denise to Andrea Spencer, and she says, Andrea, the BHA does not, they want this kept in confidence. So I have to ask you to respect that. So Denise Fry knows that this is confidential information, and she divulges it to Andrea Spencer. There's no reason for this. And in fact, a state law prohibits government officials who have confidential information by reason of their official position. They are supposed to keep that confidence. So Denise Fry, in order to start the sabotage of this shelter, she tells Andrea Spencer, I have some concerns. This is a high value property. And then she says, great views, exclamation mark. I'm concerned that revenue will be lost if the BHA takes over this site. And then she says, and by the way, do you know about the Opportunity Zone 2.0? So they have an exchange, March of 2025. Andrea Spencer admits she didn't know about the Opportunity Zone 2.0.
Wow.
It's a revamped Opportunity Zone law that's coming down the pipe. So the reason why the tax revenue argument that she was trying to concoct is fake, that you can tell it's a pretext, is because all the developers in town have access to and always take advantage of what's called the MFTE. It's a tax exemption.
Okay.
Developers do not have to pay property taxes on the developments that they put up. So Spyglass, Marina Square, Quincy Square, the developers of that are all Southwest Group, and they do not have to pay any property
For
tax.
10 years, I think it is.
Yeah.
8 or 10 years.
Right now, the MFT is 8 years. The real problem is that DCD basically does whatever it wants. Unless the public,
Wait, why would we give them a tax break for 10 years?
That's a wonderful question.
Because, yeah, tell them what they say they do it for.
Whether it's 8 years or 10 years, I think it's 8 years. This is what the developers always say. And in fact, they said it when they got angry at us for protesting this at council. What they said was, if we don't have this MFTE tax break, it's in effect a subsidy, we won't be able to get lenders interested in our projects. And I know this because this was an attachment to the letter in which Southwest Group exhorted the city to gag us for not being respectful. Mm-hmm. So this is the talking points of the developers in town, and in fact of Denise Fry and the majority of council. If we don't give them these tax breaks, we won't get this development. Now,
wait, hold on. So can I go and say, hey, if you don't give me this tax break, the bank won't give me a loan? I mean, I can't do that, right?
No, they say that. I brought it to their attention at a meeting, and I remember Denise made the case about how, it's so hard for them, and the lumber costs so much, and they just really need some help. And I said, what help?
I could use some help with.
Me too.
I mean, help me understand this.
I know.
I would love to purchase a home,
years.
but
Yeah.
I'm going to need a tax break for 10 years so that I can buy this home, because it just doesn't pencil out for me. And it's just so hard for me because, what?
It has been This is a very unpopular provision for most rank and file voters, homeowners, property owners. You know, your mom and pop, your grandpops, they have to pay those taxes. They can't get around it.
So let me ask you this. Are all the development that we see, and if you look around, everyone, are there MFTEs on all of this stuff? Are there no taxes being paid on any of these new?
This is the multifamily category, the term multifamily, the density building that all the developers want, that Denise Fry is constantly harping. It gets the MFTE tax subsidy. They don't have to pay taxes.
So that might explain why we're having a deficit in money problems here in our county and in our city. If we just collected the taxes from our developers, maybe we might actually.
Yeah, and
wow.
In my opinion, I don't think that
I don't understand.
In my opinion, I don't think everyone involved in it is like coming at it from like an evil place. I do feel like people in government are given these toolkits and they are given these speeches where the speeches omit information, right? So if you're not a really well-rounded, like understand how this works, you can easily be fooled. And I think they can be fooled by it too. And so the point of it was that they would bring in affordable housing and that this was a way that they said they could do it. But the very wealthy always find these inherent loopholes to basically invoke the name of the poor to get benefits for themselves.
And so, but there's a difference between affordable and market rate, which I think what they really mean is market rate, because $1,000 per bedroom, and we're seeing $1,800 a month, $1,850, $2,100, $2,250. I mean, we're seeing craziness. Who's affording that? And then I just read and watched another podcast on people that are being marketed to, or folks in Redmond and Bellevue saying, hey, come over here. So it's not even for the residents that are living here, right?
For people who aren't here yet. And I talked to the governor's office about that the other day, and his representative had actually thought that was funny. I said that because that's something he says a lot too. So other people are acknowledging this and understanding what we're doing. Just so you know, they do use something called AMI typically. And I don't know if people understand how affordability is based. It's not based on the $64,000 a year common resident. AMI includes all the regions around us. So the area median income. So they'll use Bainbridge Island, Seattle, Silverdale, like every community around us. And then they'll take like, or Bainbridge's average income is quadruple or whatever what Bremerton is. So they'll take all of that and average that. And that's how they make the semantics game of what affordability is. And then when we say, can you please adjust the AMI to only, because they can do this by law. We've asked the city to do this, but they laughed at us for some reason, which is why we keep digging, is because they keep being very condescending to us. We're like, what's going on? These people are out of control. So that's why we kept digging their own behavior and absurd responses to things that would help the community. That's what has made us stay in the long game here. Because they're unwilling to adjust the AMI. We've asked them to this area because they say, no, the poor developers they would never come here. But there's so many other developers that would, and this one particular one is really monopolizing this whole region.
So not only are they're getting a tax break because it won't pencil out, and they want it for 8 years. And if I remember correctly, I was working with Jane Robolowski, they were trying to get it for 12 years. Right. And the fight was to settle on trying to get it down to 8. Right.
Yeah.
And that was the horse trade. But also there's this big push for multimodal transportation and traffic calming and all these other things. And it's also not going to pencil out for them to make driveways because, the cost. Right. So they're trying to cut costs on the other side and not actually give people the true home experience. Right. Because you don't even need a car now.
Yeah.
Right. So, and public transit here in Kitsap is not adequate enough. So, go ahead and get on the bus, that doesn't run in the way that you need to. And for those of us that are blessed to have a car and can drive around and get around to Silverdale and move about how we need to, or go to Costco and do our major shopping in Walmart and spend $200 or $300 and then go to our doctor's appointments and everywhere else. Oh, well, that's fine. But for the other person, well, you might be only able to get on the bus and go one place, right? But God forbid you got to get your kid to childcare and then go to school, or maybe go to work, or maybe you have to go to treatment, or whatever else you have to do.
God forbid
It's almost
you
impossible.
can live where you work. Like how many? I mean, this happens in other countries too. Like this
Wow.
is just a study of what happens all over the world, and so that's why there's so many experts that understand what's happening, but they're getting blocked, and then they're pitting all of us against one another. The right, the left, the middle, the poor, the rich. We're all pitted against each other. We're fighting like each other and down at people below us instead of like calling out the people above us who are creating these policies and who are contributing to this incredible problem.
So it's kind of weird. I thought it was a meritocracy, but you're telling the poor and the homeless to pull yourself up from the bootstraps, but the developers need all these tax breaks. And
let me say something, because what I see is that when we make these general statements, these assessments of our political reality right now, people hear them and we have all become used to becoming cynical, because we know that that's how the world is, right? It's a fake meritocracy. We actually have an oligarchy. So people kind of, their eyes glaze over and they kind of accept it. The problem with Bremerton for developers and is that I'm kind of a dweeb, right? I'm kind of a legal ferret. I'm just wired to be that way because of what I did for attorneys, some of whom were great attorneys, fat cat attorneys, but really great attorneys. And so they needed someone who could do the things that can become mind-numbing, right? Wow. So my part of the functions for a paralegal is to do Freedom of Information Act requests. What Kimmy has just said, and we can actually demonstrate actually happening in Bremerton. When we were getting ready for the MFTE hearing, which took place September 3rd of 2025, we protested. It was a large group of citizens protesting that. It was unfair. I specifically told counsel to their face, because I have to. I said, you don't have to kowtow to the developers. This is something that benefits Sound West Group. And so I was grossed out by it, because it went from a moratorium on the MFTE so we can find out how we can actually get low income built. That was literally how Jane Rebolowski started that conversation. And by the end of that arc, they had changed the goalpost, flipped the script. And so we can see Denise Fry going off, waggling her head and basically saying how tired she was of our criticism. And she basically said, I am not in cahoots with developers. Well, guess what? We got her emails. And in these emails, she reaches out to Jack Paul again and Marianne Weber. They are Sound West Group partners. And she says, hey, we need to get together. I just met this reporter from the Kitsap Sun. And if we have a conversation and clue her in, maybe we can get her to write us a piece. So this is a situation where Denise Fry, again, is doing something behind closed doors. She reaches out to Sound West Group. And Jack Paul became a planning commissioner, by the way. So this is a Sound West Group partner who has instantaneous transmission of information from inside city government, is city government, and he can relay it instantly to his boss, Wesley Larson. So Denise Fry tells Jack Paul and Marianne Weber, you guys are going to be the experts for the MFTE. You see her in the emails telling the reporter, who's an intern, so she's new, she's green, and she tells the intern reporter, I consider Marianne Weber our go-to on the MFTE. They tell me that without the MFTE, these developments wouldn't happen. So this cub reporter eventually comes out with a puff piece on the MFTE, which is, of course, completely on the side of developers. This article doesn't actually even describe their calculations or how they arrive at this point. The reporter writes is really weird kind of imagery of Marianne Weber at some, computer making her calculations, in which Marianne Weber says, it has to pencil out. If we don't get it past a certain margin, it's just not going to happen. So this puff piece does not explain at all why the MFTE has to happen the way they want it to happen. What we are talking about is developers having the inside track, cutting corners, having immediate access to a council member. And the developer is inside planning commission. So they've decided that they're going to have the MFTE tax break no matter what. So we have, it must have been like 12 to 15 citizens. It was a good turnout. And we were all basically begging, why can't we have a rational policy? Why can't you adjust the AMI so it reflects the reality of Bremerton? And that was September 3rd. By September 9th, again in emails, we have a letter from Soundwest Group asking the city to gag us, essentially, at the public forum. And the city council did. So for over half a year, we actually were gagged from speaking freely at council unless we went through the filter of what they decided could be spoken on listed agenda items. So this is an example of when you use the law and get Public Records Act requests, because Washington does have a strong transparency policy under the Public Records Act request and the open. It's one of the best in the country. So when we utilize this, you get to see the truth behind the PR, behind the empty talk. And what keeps coming up is that Denise Fry, for lack of a better description, Denise Fry is an agent. She is an operative for the fat cat developers in town. There is no other way to describe how she functions. She's doing this for the BHA shelter sabotage. She's doing this for the secret plans they have for Harrison Heights. They call it a master plan. She did this for the Evergreen Point project. You literally have her on record saying, if we don't do what they want, we will stagnate and die. So she has some really perverse language in which she's
stagnate and die.
Yeah. When they put Jack Paw in the planning commission, they had a study session. And if you see it, you'll actually immediately feel sorry for Jane Rebolowski and Anna Mockler, because they put up the most tepid and sad-looking objection. And when they make this objection, they already look beaten, and they are actually conceding that they are not going to stop the installation of Jack Paw into the planning commission. But Anna Mockler basically asserts a principle of conflict of interest. She says, I asked a bunch of people around me, and I gave them the scenario, what do you think about a prominent developer being in the planning commission? And Mockler says, and everyone except one told me that it looks like a conflict of interest. And she said one person of that group said, that might be useful. So, and then Mockler ends her assertion of principle. Unfortunately, this is how she ends most of her assertions of principle. She basically says something like, I know I'm in the minority, so I won't buck. I'll vote for his installation into planning commission. So what you will see is Denise Fry basically berate Anna Mockler and Jane Rebolowski. And what she says is, there is a lot of misunderstanding. She might have used the word misinformation. There is a lot of misunderstanding about what real conflict of interest is. And she goes on and she says, I'm really offended. Development is not the F word. There's a lot of stereotypes about developers. So she does this full-throated, weird, almost like she had the power of hypnosis, and she felt confident in giving this completely erroneous, bad faith tirade about how putting a Soundwest Group partner in the planning commission would not be conflict of interest. And it was so wrong, and it's been wrong every week Jack Paw has been on that commission. I have called it a fiasco. I've gone to the planning commission and council, and I said, that is a fiasco. You're making the planning commission into a kangaroo court. And the reason why is because for the preceding year, I gave council, every part of city government, legal briefs, citations, facts, oral comments that what Andrea Spencer and Garrett Jackson and Kelly Lambert did, not only to the Evergreen Project, but to the Shoreline Master Program, is they twisted it and turned it around and really just basically flouted this primary fundamental law, the shoreline management, in such a way that Jack Paw's project, the Evergreen Point, was given a bloated value that it legally should never have had by using an artifice to increase the legal height from 35 feet to 61 feet. They basically gave that project a bloated value of $15 million. Now, when you look at the paperwork for that project, Jack Paw's name is all over it. He's literally called the project representative in the MFTE paperwork for the Evergreen Point. So there is no universe in which it is okay for a Soundwest Group partner, especially the director of Soundwest Group, the project representative of the Evergreen Point, to be on the Planning Commission.
I just want to read this for everyone. It's on the screen, but for those of you that are just listening, a conflict of interest is a situation where a person's private interests, such as money, family, or friendships, could interfere with their professional duties or honest judgment. It means a person is in a position of trust, but their personal life might tempt them to make a biased choice, right? So it doesn't mean that you or she is monetarily profiting from it, right? And so I think I've heard them say, look, I'm not making any money off of this. And that is just one element of conflict of interest. And that's what they focus on. But there's a friendship there. There's a relationship there. And it does appear to be a conflict of interest. So I just wanted to read that definition there, because I think that is the point that you have been making all of these months.
We don't have any video. We don't have any proof that cold hard cash has exchanged hands. I don't bother talking if I don't have a basis for what I'm saying. So I don't go there, and there's actually no reason to go there. What we see is that they have worked on this project for a long time. This project has a 15-year history. Larson took it, basically bought it at the end of 2019, that we know from public records, although he might have had his hand on it earlier. But by late 2019, that was his project. It was Jack Paw's project. And here's the other part that makes it a conflict of interest, is because there have been shenanigans about how they legally treated that project. And when I say legally, I'm talking about the surface. In American history, in American legal culture and tradition, we all know that a law can be illegal. There is such a thing as illegal law. And when that is the case, that law is void or voidable. So that is liability. And because this has involved government officials helping a private interest, there are all kinds of implications, right? There are criminal violations here. There are violations of ethics. There's a potential racketeering. So this, not only are they interested in a pecuniary way that involves money, they're also interested in not getting in trouble with the law. And there are also here antitrust implications too. When you have a developer this powerful, everyone's afraid of Soundwest Group, this dominant of city government officials and public processes, that is an oligopoly. At a minimum, it's an oligopoly. It could be a cartel, but it is minimally an oligopoly. So when you have an oligopoly having enough influence over government processes that they can bloat up the value of a project like the Evergreen Point, and not only that, the way they did it isn't a technicality. They chose to basically run roughshod, to flout. This is a law, and this is where the dweeb part of Jose comes in, so you can cut me off if you need to. The Shoreline Management Act isn't just a statute, it's constitutionally based. And it is not only constitutionally based, it comes from an ancient principle called the public trust doctrine. This principle has existed since Roman times. It has existed in merry old England, in medieval England. The public trust doctrine is this principle that if you're going to be a sovereign, if you're going to rule, you can't rule over a people who are dead. So the sovereign has this essential underlying duty to take care of the natural resources. It's fundamental. It's actually even pre-constitution. As soon as a state in the United States has a ratified constitution, the public trust doctrine kicks in. That's when it takes effect. So it is impossible for a municipality to find a way to make the Shoreline Management Act disappear, either for one person or for 5 people. Can't be done. And unfortunately, in Bremerton, the planners have been so used to rigging stuff, and the developers have been so used to being coddled by the planners that they did it quite easily. So they put out representations into the public square, into their actual presentations to the public, and they found a way to create loopholes. I call them Trojan horses. And I can tell you, they call them interrupted buffers and Map E. Map E is the interrupted buffer for the Evergreen Point. And so this is a gimmickry. It's an artifice. And in this gimmickry, they essentially decided to wave their magic wand. And they say, well, our isolated code means that we don't have to apply the Shoreline Management Act. It's so isolated, don't worry about it. And you know what the key feature of this gimmick is? They say if a road abuts or is part of a shoreline parcel, forget about it. The Shoreline Management Act no longer matters. So this is an extremely legally repugnant nullity. And because there aren't enough, dweeby Jose's out there, they got away with it. When I finally came across it, I told the city, whoa, wait a minute. You've been doing this so long, this has basically tainted the continuum of the permitting of the Evergreen Point, so this is void. So, and when I said that, do you know why I said that?
Why?
Because I was only half educated. I had just gotten far enough in my research to catch on to the existence of the Shoreline Management Act, to catch on to Map E, and to realize that, well, this is a special favor. It's forbidden in Washington's Constitution. You can't create an enactment that only applies to one man. And that's what they did with the interrupted buffer they call Map E. So just having apprised myself of that, I didn't know an ocean worth of Shoreline Management Act jurisprudence surrounding that basic key feature of the rigging of the Evergreen Point. But I looked outside and there were road signs all along Sheldon between Smith's Cove and the Evergreen Park, and the site of the Evergreen Point is Sheldon Boulevard, and they put up road signs, which I had never seen. So they were ready to start building that project, I believe. So I naively, as a good citizen, contacted the Kitsap Sun and the city government through an email, and I basically said, wait a minute, we've just gotten wind that the city has engaged in misconduct in the Evergreen Point permitting, and that makes this irremediably void, right? And within a couple of hours, I peeked outside and the road signs were gone. No work went on, the road signs went up and they went down. So we convinced them that something was rotten in Denmark, and this project was ready to go. We got notice. It was ready to rock and roll. But when we told them that it was void because of intentional misconduct, they stopped. And that was 2.5 years ago. So that 57 million project was stopped in its tracks because we told them that the law would never support that project going up at 61 feet. Since then, they have worked in the background. They've never come out with an official decision that it was granted or denied, and that has kept us from appealing it. So even the way that they have stalled this project is gimmickry and basically a different kind of partisanship. And for context, an agency like Andrew Spencer is never supposed to be partisan. You cannot pick the side of developers or the side of homeowners or property owners. You have to apply the law as it exists objectively. You have to do this in good faith. So again, this is, I've said it over and over again, this is an endemic problem with the city, is that they are so partisan for developers that they will actually erase law, skew law, warp law, violate law, basically every which way they can. So that's actually how Robin and I started with Friends of Smith Cove and a handful of neighbors. We kept asking for questions and they gaslit us. They simply never mentioned the Shoreline Management Act. So we had to kind of find out the hard way with I was a bit out of practice, but eventually I got to the nitty gritty. I found the law, and what we realize now, again, from Public Record Act request, is that within 3 months of me showing up, the first time I showed up in City Council in person to protest was December 18, 2024, and I got to comment twice. And then, of course, I went home. I actually told them I'm tired of being silenced. Went home, and now the Public Records Act request that we recently received show that Anna Mockler reached out to the Department of Ecology, the state agency, and she basically agreed with our contention.
Okay.
That the city flouted the state law, the Shoreline Management Act, specifically for the Evergreen Point. So this is a retired ecologist agreeing with our basic contention, but for 2.5 years, we have been completely stonewalled. That project has been stalled. There's never been accountability. So when I was working on this, poor Robin had the misfortune, as I'm typing, I said, Robin, I can't go with you. I really need to do this. And what I was doing was trying to figure out what in the world is going on with this crazy town that they're ignoring state law. She went out to witness and film the MLK sweep, and she came back traumatized. And when she did, we're looking at each other because I'm thinking about how can a little town ignore state law so shamelessly and do so for 15 years. That neighborhood was gaslit for 15 years with the erasure of the Shoreline Management Act. So she's coming back traumatized. They've just disposed of the homeless's survival gear, just dumped them. At one point, there's a tent that is being crushed. As it is being dumped into a dumpster, Robin hears a cat. So she asked them to stop. I think there's a cat in there. You're going to kill. So they hesitate for a moment. As she's there filming, a homeless guy comes up. He looks at his tent, and it has his possessions, which he's been holding onto so that he could get enough money to get into an apartment. So he reaches this tobacco, and he's in grief. It's all his stuff. They've just dumped it. They've made all his property disappear. So Robin gets this, and that is how Friend of Smith Cove starts. We realize, wow, we are in deep trouble.
Jose, I really appreciate that. And, again, everyone, I appreciate you joining us on the Conduit today. This is a very powerful conversation. You are joining us, Jose and Kimmy in the studio, a legendary duo. This is a very important conversation. If you're just tuning in and you're wondering, hey, we're talking about homelessness and we're talking about the shelter and the property that BHA has just purchased. Jose is giving us a little bit of the history on the Growth Management Act and the Shoreline Management Act, which I put in the link for you and the information from the Department of Ecology. So as they're speaking, one of the things that I want to do for you is try to give you as much education as possible, because you need that information, right? You're looking at city council meetings and you're watching and folks are throwing out acronyms. You're like, well, what does that mean? What does this mean? So I'm putting those links in and I'm slowing them down. And it's like, okay, what are ARPA funds? And, having them define that, but giving you that information so that you can see it in real time and you can go back and watch this and have access to it so that you can see it. But all of these things go together and the tie-in so that you can have that information. So I just want to give some shout outs to folks that are viewing, and then we will continue on. So again, we hit on Jessica, and we see Robin is in here. We also see Zach. Shout out to Zach. And we see Tommy. And who else is in here? We've got, man, everybody's in here today. Thank you guys so much for coming in and supporting. Again, keep your questions and your comments coming. This, again, is an important conversation. We need to activate folks and get you not only to come to City Council, but to get educated. They want you to not know. These things are very convoluted. And, quite frankly, it sounds like City Council folks themselves don't really know what the laws are and how things work, right? And I think a lot of that is actually understandable. You get elected, there's a lot to do. They don't have a lot of time. I think, honestly, to me, this is my own opinion, I think they're underpaid. They only meet once a week. One is a study session. The next time they're meeting for a little bit of time. There's so many issues that they're trying to manage with the city, and there's so much to go through, and they're barely getting through anything. And I don't think there's adequate enough time that they use on even one of the topics that they're trying to get through. And so not only are they just scratching the surface, but a lot of times folks come in front of them, they tell them what it is, and they're just kind of banging the gavel and saying, yeah, okay, it sounds good to me. We trust you. And they're just pushing it through. And that's kind of what is my perspective on it. And unless it's a passion project for them, they may dig in a little bit more. But other than that, a developer comes through and says, hey, this is what it is. Hey, they're just kind of going for it, right? And if they have any kind of relationship with them, it's like, hey, we trust you and you've built all this stuff before. And hey, we've known you and our kids went to school, or, we're part of this same organization. And, hey, you're a good guy. We go to the same church or whatever the case may be. And, hey, that's it. Bob's your uncle. And there you go. Next thing you know, Mr. Bremer owns, all of Bremerton. They're naming the city after you, But let's go ahead and jump back to it. And then Monty is the last one. I so appreciate this incredible local news source. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you too. And again, we can't do it without you. So thank you so much. So we're just kind of leaving it off there with the Shoreline Management Act and the Friends of Smith Cove. We're going to put those links in there too. So that you can become a friend of Smith Cove. And also, Kimmy, your sites, you have many of them, which are?
The Bremerton Homeless Community Coalition on Facebook is the best, easiest one to locate.
That's the best one, easiest one to locate. And then also, if folks want to join the meal train.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's so many things, right?
Things to do, yeah.
So we're going to put all those things in there because we want folks to jump in there. As they say, many hands make light work. And there are always different things to do. And it doesn't require you to do 7 days a week and 20 hours a day. 1 hour, any little bit helps, right? As Zach says in my recent email to the city council to present what I plan to speak about, they said they'll only give me 90 seconds to speak. I realize time is of the essence during these city council meetings, but that's a short amount of time to plead your case. Absolutely. First off, not only did they take away our ability to speak, which many believe is unconstitutional, but 90 seconds is not enough time to adequately state your case and to really say anything of substance. And then you can only comment on certain things. And so there's so much to speak to, and it really is ridiculous. So do you want to hear from your people or not? And it is supposed to be about the people. And then it ends up being the folks that either are retired, have the income, the revenue, or have the time to come down and, make their voices heard. And those that are organized, right? They can come on down. Or those that aren't afraid of reprisal in one way or another to come down and make their voices heard. And then those are the ones that are able to do it. Don Michelle is calling in. I'm going to have someone else answer that and see what she has to say. And maybe we'll go ahead and put her on speakerphone if that's appropriate. All right. And Zach says, yes, the more resources we can access, the better. All right. Does she
You
want
want to be on speaker? She hung up.
Oh, shut up. Okay. Don't want to be. Oh, you can take it in the other room. Just call her back and take it out. Take it up there. All right.
She's like, don't put me on blast. Can I mention a few things?
Yes,
I've
please.
been taking notes of things I wanted to add on.
Yeah, we don't want to get too far, so jump in there.
Yeah, so I think all of us know, like, we live under an incredibly oppressive system, right? And so none of this really comes to a shock to a lot of us, how this is happening. But I think what we're trying to do here is let, like, an average person understand what's going on around them, and to understand that the only way this is going to change is if we come together, like you were just saying. And so, like, the whole 90-second thing, or the talks on the shelter, you know, when only a few people show up to these meetings, it really allows a lot of things to occur that you wouldn't agree with if you had been plugged in a little bit. So I know everyone is busy. I hear people telling me, like state representatives saying, I'm sorry, I'm too busy. I can't help where I live because I have so much stuff at the state level. But I too work 12 to 16 hours a day, full time in a trauma ICU with incredible chaos and tragedy at a full-time basis for 20 years now. And I still find time to come to meetings, because this stuff there's too many people right now that are comfortable, but it's not going to last for long. And when people who become uncomfortable, we're trying to warn you now that you should start feeling the squeeze now, and we should start now, and we should start collaborating now and coming together. And then also I wanted to mention how I do agree that the city council might not understand everything that's truly going on. Like you said, and even the planning commission is all volunteers. And so what we found through public records requests is that there's a lot of information being provided to people that's, in my opinion, very biased and very one-sided. And so there's staff who receive all of our emails, and they summarize them for the planning commissioners. And so however they summarize it is how they will read it, because I doubt they're reading like 3 and 4 page letters, right? They have a lot to do, and I'm not blaming them for that, but I'm just stating that we have become so far removed from what's actually happening. We've made this incredibly complex. We've made it so hard for people to really see what's going on. So I guess that's one of our purposes here, is to show our side of it, because they've shot themselves in the foot when they remove our ability to speak to them, because that's the only safeguard to hearing more than one side of it, right? So you're hearing it from the people who are staffed there, who have some really interesting sort of concerning connections with the wealthiest, and that's the information they're getting, and they're taking it as law when we're saying no, they're omitting law. And there's some other interesting stuff down the pipeline that we'll talk about later, about that we've just recently uncovered with a staff member who really is sort of a expert at what I'm saying, and presenting one side of a story. And these people, inherently since childhood, I guess, we've been taught that we need to believe these people. And so that's what I think the city council is doing, is believing people who may not have everyone's voice in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a huge issue, right? There's these, it really does seem to be by design. And if you tuned in to the study sessions and those conversations, they really drug their feet. And the laughing and the joking that was taking place during those conversations over the months, I think there were folks that wanted to push it off until it was like next year, and they were really trying to kick the can down the road, and folks didn't want to bring it back. And like, wow, really? I mean, you really don't want to hear from the people, right? And it was like, hey, just write in. And, I was like, oh, and I read every single one. It's like, really, write in every single one, but you don't even attend all your meetings. So you can't possibly spend time reading every single one.
I have to say something, because a lot of times when I talk in council, or even to my poor partner, about what goes on in the city, I am actually speaking in grief. Like, I get really depressed and sad. And of course, certain people on council interpret that as, scary Jose, apparently. But you mentioned how council members are underpaid. They're ordinary people, and you don't think they understand some of the stuff going on. And this may be true. It is true. They are actually quite a diverse group in terms of personalities and background, of identity, and that actually should be a good thing. But here is where I have to tell people, as a devil's advocate, don't cut them that much slack, because some people will say, well, they have a tough job, they are underpaid, they're just like you and me, they're human like us. And I would say that is absolutely true. But Washington has a rule that every city and county must have a city attorney. You have to have a professional attorney. And that's common sense. There is a reason for that.
Mm-hmm.
Ketanji Jackson, the Supreme Court Justice, has a dissent in a case where Trump was allowed to essentially have immunity for his shenanigans, right, with the elections. And I feel sorry for all the justices of the Supreme Court, who in the old days would have been called liberals. Ketanji Jackson says, and she is citing to an 1882 case. Ketanji says, all government officials, all public officials are creatures of law, she says. And they are all, from the highest to the lowest, not above the law. They all must obey the law, right? So, and the tragedy of her opinion there is that it is a dissenting opinion. She is basically saying you're letting the government off the hook, or the president off the hook. No government official should be above the law. So that is her dissent. She says from the highest to the lowest. The way that the council is not excused from not being hip to the law or even hip to ethics is that they have immediate access to a professional attorney. In fact, a few of them. And the tragedy for Bremerton is that we have seen, including the pause, the gag rule that they call the pause, where that whole slow walked over half a year. They slow walked this phony deliberation and discussion about what free speech meant, about what the Open Public Meetings Act meant, about what was allowable and what wasn't. I listened very attentively because that's my bag. That's why, as a Puerto Rican, as a powerless Puerto Rican, as a once homeless man, as long as I have the ability to think freely and express myself freely in the context of American law, which I have argued is imbued with fairness, as long as I have that capability, even though I have nothing, even though I'm dressed in rags, even though if I'm on a sidewalk and hungry, right? If I have that freedom to express myself and to go to government and tell them, fix this, I can say, the law says this, and you are obligated to follow the law. So if I can evoke the law that I know or have gotten to know that it can save me, then there's hope.
So what you're saying to me, Jose, just to summarize, is doesn't matter, like with Christine Camaretta and what's the gentleman's name was just elected?
Rick
Tift. Okay, I'm new. I just got elected. Because there's a city attorney, it's not an excuse, because I can go to the city attorney and say, explain this to me. Yeah. And the city attorney, who is there, educated, is versed in the law, should be able to come back and say, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the law. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do.
And here is the other thing. I have sometimes had occasion to say that you're better off having a dumb attorney who is an absolute slave to his professional ethics than an extremely clever attorney who doesn't give a hoot about professional ethics as an attorney. The magic of having a city attorney is that they are bound to follow the rules of professional ethics. And those rules of professional ethics say that when you are representing, even when you're representing a client, and in this case, the client is the Municipal Corporation of Bremerton. When you talk to other people in your capacity as an attorney for Bremerton, you cannot give a misstatement. You cannot mislead. You must represent the facts accurately. You must represent the law accurately, right? In good faith. So here's the tragedy of Bremerton, is that we have city attorneys. When we hear these hearings go on in public, these meetings go on in public, and they're talking the law, they're talking about the standards that apply to them. For instance, the Shoreline Master Program, the Shoreline Management Act, the Comprehensive Plan, the Gross Management Act. What the city attorneys, their role is to act as the guardrails. We should not be the lay public listening to these hearings, right? And be subjected to misrepresentations of law or fact. That should never come from our government officials. Yeah. And unfortunately, it continually happens over and over and over again in Bremerton.
So explain this to me then, Jose, because we do have a city attorney. So is there an issue here?
There is an issue.
So explain that to me, in your opinion.
A horrible issue.
Explain that to me.
This is painful for me to say.
Okay.
Because my existence, my being able to make a living back when I was in the rat race and support my family, that very existence was dependent on me helping attorneys.
Okay.
On boosting them, on making sure they didn't waste their time on trivialities. So it was my job to be the gopher. It was my job to look at regulations till my eyes, were dead. It's my job to support attorneys because it's their job to do their very best and be ethical in the way they represent clients, right? They must uphold the law. So for instance, when I did research and wrote a brief on any given subject, I had to keep these rules of ethics in mind. I could not give them a product that violated the rules of professional ethics because they would get in trouble. So at the bottom of any legal analysis, ideally, is truth. It's the attempt, the aspiration at truth. And what we've seen time and again is two things. And they're quite horrible for me. One is the city attorney will be mute. She could be sitting right there. Brett Jesse could be sitting right there. If someone else, a planner typically, is going on and on about the law, or it could be a council member, going on and on about the law, and it is completely not only erroneous, because an error in good faith is one thing, but when you have a maliciously misrepresented version of law that actually doesn't exist, could not exist, mm-hmm. and the city attorney is standing there or sitting there mute, that is a broken city. That is a broken process that will harm the public. And when I say the public, I'm talking about, you could be Roy Runyon, you could be Mike Simpson, you could be Anna Mockler, you could be Marwan, Kimmy, Jose, anyone. The public is the idea of the common good. It's all of us. If the common currency between all of us is law, like real law. So when you hear a misrepresentation from people you trust, council members, planning commissioners, the permitting agency, you're hearing this version of law that actually doesn't exist. This is what happens. As a democracy, we all have the right. In fact, we have the duty to participate in governmental processes. But we're lay people. We don't know a lot. We can try. We're all experts in different ways. We all have pinpointed knowledge in different ways depending on our background. But it's very rare for us to be a genius and know everything. Mm-hmm. It sure doesn't apply to me. So we're standing there, we're giving a presentation on any number of subjects. And if it's a matter of law and what we're hearing is a misrepresentation of law, and now we are supposed to participate, discuss, and give our opinion, because we haven't been armed with the facts. We haven't been educated about the law accurately. Mm-hmm. Whatever we say is going to be subpar and inaccurate. So when we hear misrepresentations of fact or law, we have been crippled as citizens. We have been obstructed from participating fully in a meaningful way in these processes. So for instance, in the comp planning, which is based on the Gross Management Act, if we're getting a version of the Gross Management Act where all we hear is development, density, 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 developers, 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 but they never talk about the Shoreline Management Act. They never talk about environmental justice. They never talk about fairness in the permitting process. We are being given a skewed, warped version, a cherry-picked version of the law. So we haven't been educated. In fact, we're being led by the nose to just gravitate towards a version of the law that favors developers. So sometimes, I don't want to say it's benign, but sometimes it might be inconsequential. If they're passing a law about picking up dog poop in the park and they got the law wrong, we can probably survive that. But if we're given presentations on, for instance, the ecological stewardship that we all have a duty to contribute to, but somehow they omit the Shoreline Management Act, so that now in this town, we can have high rises that reach up into the sky right on the sandy beach of Bremerton. So that would be a travesty. But if the law we are being educated on is fake law and is coming from the experts, the planners of Andrew Spencer's DCD, that's given us the impression that when we see sky rises go up right on the beach, that's okay, that won't have an impact on the environment. That is not, in fact, a reversal of law, a half century of law. When we hear talk of the BHA shelter, and they're giving us a version of law that caused what the BHA is doing as spot zoning, they're giving us the idea that it's wrong in that location because, and these people have come up with a variety of reasons. It has actually changed over time. From Denise Fry's, well, we're going to lose tax revenue, to suddenly we hear this talk of spot zoning. It's fake law and it's misleading people. And what I like to tell lay people is, if we don't have the correct version of law, then what happens is we are not going to know who is being hurt, who is being enriched, who is being misled. So, as an example, the contention from actual city planners, Andrew Spencer specifically, that the BHA shelter at that location is spot zoning, it is not only utterly false, that actually constitutes a criminal false report on her part.
Really?
Yes.
It does.
But nobody calls people
I don't know
out
if you
on
can
this.
see this.
Hold on, let me just cut this off really quick. What is on your screen here is the, we'll just scroll back up to the top here for the city. This is the City of Bremerton Comprehensive Plan. I'm just taking that off here, and I'm just going to take myself off the screen.
Just tell me
There you
when
go.
you see my little citation.
Yep, go ahead. You're there.
Okay. This is a state statute, and I've cited it, spelled it out, put it in briefs innumerable times. It's corny, but it's absolutely essential. This is a guardrail that tells government officials, including our planning commissioners, including the DCD agency, including the mayor, including our council members, that they cannot knowingly give us a false report, and they cannot knowingly mislead us. That mislead is important because it doesn't have to be an outright lie. If they omit law, if they omit fact that is crucial, that is material to our understanding of a hearing or a presentation in front of us, especially when that's calculated to basically make us be led by the nose, that's a crime. It's a gross misdemeanor. That may not sound like it's serious, but what that means is you've committed a crime by misleading us, and that can make you get thrown out of office. If I really wanted to insist on this, I can go to the county prosecutor and say, hey, they keep telling us that they're working on getting sanitation for the homeless, that they're working on it, and they keep blaming the mayor and pointing the finger that the mayor doesn't want to do anything, but we've allocated money to the mayor, and he just won't do it. Gosh darn it, that mayor, he's so evil, but poor homeless people, we really want this for you. And guess what? By omitting the fact that they have city charter powers as legislators to create law to mandate the creation and funding of sanitation for the homeless, when they do that, when they calculatingly omit that they have powers based on the city charter, that's an omission. That is misleading the public. They misled me. I at one time thought that as dysfunctional as they might be, that if they could, they would do their job and get sanitation for the homeless, 24/7 sanitation. But then I read the city charter. And then I found out that, in fact, they have vetoed the mayor with their city charter powers. They didn't like what the mayor was doing, and they came up with law, and they basically rammed this law down the throat of the mayor because they can. They have the power.
Yeah.
They have the power to make law as long as they have a 5-2 vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was part of the reason why we got gagged. We pissed them off because we said, hey guys, if you don't follow this law and avoid misleading us when you know that you have the power to do something, but you have this de facto policy of inaction of not helping the homeless on sanitation, guess what law you're violating? It's this. Mm-hmm. And this law says, every public officer who shall knowingly make any false or misleading statement in any official report or statement, yada, yada, shall be guilty of a gross misdemeanor. So what this tells us is that the truth is still important. The truth still matters. So even if they're lay people, even if they're intellectually lazy, even if they have a hard day, even if they feel that they really deserve to get paid better, at some point, they must be careful about how they speak to us. They have to say, hey, Kylie Fennell, where does the law really stand on this or that or the other?
Now, who is Kylie Fennell?
Kylie Fennell is the top city official, the top city attorney
Okay.
of Bremerton. Kylie Fennell is both a city attorney, and that's a specific role. Washington statute says every city must have a city attorney. But Kylie Fennell isn't free to do or say whatever she wants. She is subject to the rules of professional ethics. And those rules says you have a duty of candor. You cannot allow another attorney to lie or mislead when you have supervisory control over them, or when you yourself are saying what the law is. So unfortunately, Kylie Fennell is often mute when misrepresentations of law are going on.
So let me just, I'm reading this here, and it says the code that I typed in, which is that code, which is a Washington state law on false reports made by public officers. So is Kylie Fennell and the other attorney, are they considered public officers?
Yes. Okay,
so under the statute, any public officer who knowingly makes a false or misleading statement in an official report is guilty of a gross misdemeanor, right? So in that sense, the silence, knowing that it's wrong, is still wrong, right? Because you know that it's wrong and you need to say something, but you are knowingly being silent, allowing the misinformation to exist and circulate out there.
Yes. And let me add something. A city attorney will wear different hats depending on what they're doing at a particular moment in their city service. One of the hats is admittedly risk management. Sometimes something really sensitive is going on. A council member or an issue may have come up where Kylie Fennell, as an attorney, has the power to make a conversation confidential. She doesn't necessarily have to tell us conversations between an attorney and the client which are confidential. So in that case, she might be wearing the risk management hat, and confidentiality would be okay. But this is when she cannot keep it quiet. When they are having hearings to the public, right? To us, out in the open, that's not a place for confidentiality because it is open. That is where I go and you go and Kimmy and everyone else goes to the city council or the planning commission. We go there because it's a public forum, and the presentations we will hear from the attorneys, from planning commissioners, from DCD, the people like Garrett Jackson, when we are there listening to them, and Kylie Fennell is there, she should not be tolerating known misrepresentations of law. If she knows that this is an endemic problem, which by now she does, because we've been talking about it for 2.5 years,
Right.
she needs to take these people aside and say, hey, you cannot misrepresent these legal positions to the public. And I've been actually talking this thing every once in a while. I'll repeat it. This isn't arcane. This is fundamental. This is actually a First Amendment issue. The public not only has the right to speak, we have the right to sit there in the public forum and receive information from government. We're not there to be misled. We are there because these are formal processes, and we see that the city has an attorney. So we should be able to go there and be assured by the formality of the hearing and by the attorney being there, or even being in city government, to know we're not going to be deceived, led by the nose, disinformed.
And shout out to Don Michelle. She typed in a mission, and a mission is a type of lie, right?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, when you go and look at the ethical opinions of the disciplinary body that penalizes attorneys for doing shady business, they will routinely talk about how omissions can have the effect of making a statement into a lie. So you can actually give a statement that on its face sounds kosher, but because a crucial detail or fact has been omitted, it becomes a lie.
Right.
Absolutely. So thanks for Don Michelle. And that is actually written into the rules of professional conduct.
So let me jump in there, because Don Michelle just put a really great question there. She says, what about the mayor's statement that was read at the special commissioners meeting on Monday about the ARPA funds? It was 100% false.
I can tell you that what the mayor's letter, I think it's the July 10 letter, and then we have this joint letter from Jane Rebolowski and Denise Fry. They are respectively the president and vice president of City Council. And we see the same tactic being taken by DC Director Andrew Spencer. And we have seen Denise Fry also utter this deception. What all their comments have in common is they zero in on the location. They don't want the shelter at that location, and I think I know why. So they take a route of slightly different verbiage, but what the mayor specifically is talking about is he is saying that ARPA funding is not tied to the location. He takes a circuitous route. He says the ARPA funding is not tied to the BHA shelter project at that location. So it all comes down to that one parcel. So he is, again, that is a misleading statement. He doesn't need to be a rocket scientist. He has access to Kylie Finna. He has access to the U.S. Treasury rules. No one, in all this time, no one has given a factual or legal basis for why that location is wrong for the shelter.
And we requested it.
Yeah.
We requested it.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So what you see instead of anything that they have offered us to show that location is wrong, we have now counting 4 different separate statutes that not only say it is okay, they require a city to accept these kinds of homeless measures. They must be accepted in any area, any zone that has a dwelling, that allows dwellings. That is precisely where these projects should go. The obstruction that we're seeing is in complete bad faith, and it's actually illegal. So
yeah, that letter they wrote to the universe, I guess they put it on the main page of their council. I think they removed it now and put it on their own because there was some argument there. But the letter they sent actually shows that the money from ARPA, the site was not, she kept saying, we didn't agree with the site, we didn't agree with the site, which is kind of works against them because it proves that when you obligate that money to an entity that's not like a municipal source, then that gives them the right by law to pick whatever site they want. Like they didn't say which site it was, which would be they would have more weight behind them. but the whole letter is just a sham, and it's just to like freak people out. And it actually shot him in the foot again. I can't believe it. What I think, you guys, is that people are so far removed from what's going on around them that they've been able to get away with this for so long that they're even quite dumb, and they're doing things that are so obvious, even people like a nurse and an ex-paralegal in the community can figure out, right? So it's just it's so amazing to see. So this is why I'm glad we're having these conversations. We need to keep this going, in my opinion.
It is actually really, really disheartening. It's depressing. There's so much I could say. I always have to try to gather myself because this alarms me at a cellular level.
Well, and the thing about this, Jose, is you guys are educating us on this. But if we're sitting here and we're watching city council and the city attorney is silent, as a layperson, we're thinking everything is fine. Everything seems in order here. We may not agree with the fact that, hey, we want a shelter, but it sounds like everything sounds legal. Well, it just can't be done. It's unfortunate. And then now you're telling us, oh, no, this is wrong. But the city attorney's like, oh, no, I'm silent, or it can't be done. Yeah. Oh, but it is constitutional to take away your right to speak. And it's like,
let me tell you something. I joke about this moment to Robin. I went to the Parks Commission at one point in person. I think I've been there twice now. But the first time I went there to give a public comment. And so I sat. The doors were locked. I was sitting on the steps. And I lost my glasses, probably at council a while back. So I'm walking around half blind. So I'm sitting on the steps, half blind. And I'm also kind of feeling queasy because I walked. And my fat butt was challenged by the walk to the Parks Commission. So I'm sitting on the steps, and someone dressed in dark clothing, rather formal, came up the steps and had a quick question about whether the doors were locked. And without thinking, I gave them a greeting. And for some reason, because I'm a Debbie Downer often, I think I sounded cheerful, and I said, hi, or good morning, or whatever time of day it was. And Kylie Fennell, the poor lady, greeted me back also cheerfully, but she recognized me because she actually has vision. And she said, hi, Mr. Camacho. And then I realized, oh, crap, I think that's Kylie Fennell, the city attorney whom I have had occasion to condemn for sitting on the side while law is misrepresenting. So I felt bad.
It's part of her job, though.
I know, but here's the thing, is that we are human. So having greeted Kylie Fennell as a human and feeling momentarily guilty, the reason why I'm saying this is because I am fully aware that everyone in city government is human, and even the developers are human, and we are all human. Yes. But we have a duty. We have a duty to uphold these things that if we don't uphold, we are no longer who we say we are, right? We are no longer a democracy. And although that this democracy is on extremely shaky ground, we can at least still say that we are trying, right? And this is what the law says, is that we exchange these ideas and we are trying. So when Kylie Fennell showed up and I reacted to her as a human, but then when I see her at council being mute or during the pause, absolutely misrepresenting this fundamental law of free speech. What I am saying is, as a Puerto Rican, where I grew up thinking I was nothing, I was talking to Kimmy about Jesse Jackson's moment where as a kid, he came up with this thing, I am somebody. I told Kimmy, I heard that and I thought, well, of course we're somebody. But then I thought, why is he saying that? Am I not somebody? And then I thought, in a moment of honesty, I realized, no, I don't feel like I am somebody. So he actually triggered this internal soliloquy where I am piercing my view of myself. And I realized, no, I don't think I am somebody. Who am I? Right? And in fact, that's how I grew up. That I wasn't anyone. I have memories of being hungry. I have memories of being made fun of wearing clothing with holes in them and patches, and you know, so that moment of I am somebody, I carried it into my first law job. I applied to be a gopher, and they were nice enough to let me read law. And eventually I realized I have an aptitude for this. I'm literate, I'm motivated. So they, in time, let me do legal briefs, and I typically won the arguments I was involved. And you know why I won? Because I had become aware that I was somebody in that job. And the reason why I became aware that I was somebody is because in that job, we got to help people who were powerless. Some of them were destroyed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the American ideal is that for every wrong, there is a remedy. Why? Because we believe in fairness. We believe that there are ideals and that everyone matters. And that if you have a beef, if you feel you've been injured by the government or by a corporation or by another person, that you have redress. That due process gives you certain rights to help yourself, to help your fellow man. So in that position as a paralegal for these guys, I realized, holy cow, I come to work in a t-shirt and gym shoes, and they're letting me research the law, and we just saved this family from a lifetime of debt. And one of my first assignments that was kind of traumatizing, because I worked for 3 days straight, was we had a poor brain injured girl who fell into the water because of the lack of a cable to keep her from falling off a pier. And so I worked for 3 days straight. And by the end of this task, which we won the argument enough to at least get her a settlement, by the end of this task, I wrote a brief out of I pulled it out of my butt. Because I stopped at nothing. I was angry as I wrote this brief, right? And by the end of it, I was basically in tears. And I've had these moments. And that is because I'm nothing, dude. I'm just a regular guy. I'm living in this apartment in Uptown, and I don't know about music. At that time, I was even politically very apathetic. I just wanted to take care of my family, and I wanted to do good. So when you get this law, you are suddenly you're like Arnold Schwarzenegger suddenly, because you are armed, not with weapons, not with anything. You are armed with the voices of generations before you that got together using their free speech, deciding what policies should matter and what policies we could put aside. And this goes back hundreds of years. It goes back to England. Some of it even goes back to Roman times, right? So what you are doing when you use law is you are resting on the foundation where humanity matters, where fairness matters, where rationality matters. That is our tradition. So the attorney is magic to me. Any attorney has such a unique position in society. Basically, they get a lot of credit for being credible, right?
Yeah.
So when you have a Kylie Fennell in a town that's dominated by developers like Soundwest Group, if we don't have in the city attorney that is the guardrail between self-interest and greed and running amok, trying to refashion reality, refashion civics, in the framework of developers making money. If we don't have a counter to that in the law, we're screwed. So what we have seen at the Planning Commission and at various hearings, I mean, we've literally caught the city attorneys lying, live in hearings, and questioned them during the hearings, and they become flustered and still lie, right? So what I'm saying is that is not an easy thing for me to say. But it is the essence of my job. When an attorney hires me or pays me, what they want from me is to stick to the objective truth, to stick to the objective law. And if there's a gray area, then to let them know, hey, this is a gray area. We're going to have to be careful treading ground here. The first job of any lawyer is to assess objectively where the law stands, right? they may actually be wired to kind of push it over this way or push it over that way. But your first job is you have to try to assess it objectively. Where does it stand on any given issue? Given a certain set of facts, where does the law stand? That's the city attorney's job. Now, when you have planners or commissioners or council members who are not attorneys, you cannot let them spout off and go on these weird tangents where they are worshiping developers and crushing the homeless. And they're trying to say that this is okay. It is okay for us to get CDBG funding to the fat cat developers intended for the low income. That's perfectly fine. But hey, it's okay to give nothing to the homeless, not even a porta potty, when it comes time to okay a BHA shelter, where it belongs. It's okay not to give it to the homeless because, and then they come up with 12 different reasons. And they organize a sabotage campaign filled with disgruntled neighborhood residents who have themselves been misled on the law, right?
Yeah, definitely.
They've been encouraged to be misled and to give arguments that legally don't work.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is a mass tragedy in one locality. I was a paralegal, like in 9-to-5 world for a long, long time. And then afterward, I did freelance for a while. I've never seen anything like it. Now, I hope to God that this does not exist elsewhere. But Bremerton is a rather, it's the biggest city in Kitsap. So it has, what happens here can translate elsewhere. We actually have a duty. What I would like to say is, I told Kimmy, sometimes I'm speaking to a young person, and I want to beg them become a lawyer. I'll ask them, "Are you interested in becoming a lawyer?"
Well, let me stop you there because that's a perfect segue, and I want to jump in and transition a little bit. But we've got a question in the chat, which is perfect here. What would be the best way to be in solidarity from afar and echo the issues of the local governmental neglect that's happening in Bremerton? All this information has been very informative. Thank you.
Boy,
I think that learning about like what's going on and being able to be confident in presenting that in a way where even if it's just a letter to the city council, just starting to wake up and open your eyes to see what's going on, because the more of us that are like that, the less we can be fooled. The less that people like me and Jose are called terrorists or conspiratorial weirdos.
Terrorists, wow.
Yeah, it's all, you name it, we've been called it. So we don't need to bemoan that. It's just, it is what it is. So the more of us that open up, see the reality, and advocate for ourselves instead of blindly trusting people in positions, it's just not what it really seems to be. Like, we look at the planning commission, and I used to think differently. Like they were chosen for their expertise or this or that, and then you start realizing they're not. They're like volunteers, and often it's a political advantage to be like named as like being on a committee or something. And then we see the public, it's not private, it's public if you request it, public records showing that the information they're providing is omitting an incredible amount of information. But through the way the system works, they're supposed to be able to trust those people. So people need to learn how to like just look around with their own eyes and take responsibility for that. Because I know that it really sucks to like work all day and then have to try to keep up on issues. But like I said before, it'll get to a point where people are very uncomfortable, and then they'll see why they should have been paying attention. So you need to write letters you need to ask questions to them. You need to like try to vote and try to get to know the constituents. Unfortunately, in our town, a lot of them run uncontested. So you're like, they just get to whoever wants to can be it. So more people need to run as well. And also, I think, yeah, I just really think that like getting people into office that understand that equity will improve the life of all of us. The rich people, the poor people, there will be money saved. So talk about the EMS thing going on right now, right? Where they're the levy. So just think how much money we could save if we weren't putting band-aids on this situation that's just hemorrhaging because there's no, first of all, very basically affordable housing, but also the shelter.
Mhm.
And so we could, if they need more money, we could immediately save them a lot of money by putting the shelter up. We could immediately save the police system. We could, the jail system.
Bremerton desperately needs money.
Yeah, and we need money. And so if you look at the 2025 to 2026 budget, it was, I think, 15 million approximately for EMS, like emergency medical, and then another 15 million for the legal system. So that's like, it was like $32 million that we're setting aside, and that's gone up millions over the last few years. And so we're literally complaining about blight and hobos, they call them, and all these derogatory names, whatever you want to call a homeless person, they're still out there. And so we're complaining about all of them, and then we're creating laws to criminalize them, and then we're spending more money not helping them.
But the blight is the empty Sizzler and the empty Denny's and all the other buildings that have sat empty for more than a decade. That they allow these owners to write off on their taxes every year because it's more beneficial for them to do that than to take it for eminent domain or make them sell it, right?
Yeah, well, and then we're blaming the guy on the street who's got severe, a lot of these people who are unhoused, they have medical conditions.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're treating them all as under a blanket term, and as all deplorable, horrible human beings without even knowing who they are. I know who they are. For 20 years, I've worked directly with people who are in this situation. I can vouch for them. They're not deplorable. They're not horrible. They're worthy of the same human needs. They have the same human needs that all of us have. Like having a bathroom for one would be nice. But yeah, we're constantly focusing on them as the problem. We're creating laws to disproportionately criminalize them, and we're not holding our city at all accountable. And when we do, we are silenced. We have public records requests showing when Jose and I were really putting more heat on about holding them accountable for lying when they're working under their official business. And then that developer sent in photos. It was so strange. This guy, I looked him up. He's apparently like a sensei in karate. He's a huge man, a billionaire probably by now. And he sent in a letter basically stating he was like scared of me. There was pictures of me in the documents he sent the city, basically saying to silence us, to handle us. And then the great pause happened.
Right. But that is one of the tactics that they use, right? One was to call you terrorist. You had folks on city council saying that they were afraid of Jose, who whenever he comes to the dais, first off, he's out of breath, can barely walk and talk, but he's going to somehow jump over the dais like Starsky and Hutch and assault Denise and Jennifer. And it's,
What's going on? It was such an
it's such a, that's such a racist thing to do. And they know that, right? I mean, they're educated in that. I mean, what an offensive thing to say. And both, I believe, were supportive of React and knew better than that. Just a really egregious thing. I want to pass that same question to you, Jose. And again, these are folks that want to be in solidarity from afar, but it's also folks that are here close. And I typed in the chat maybe about 20 minutes ago, again, one of the things I love to say is power is taken, is not given. You cannot wait for your government to give you things. They're not going to do it. You have to take it. And the other thing that I typed in the chat as well is that, yes, you do need to vote. It is important, but you need to run. That is even more important. The folks that run for city council and for these positions, whether it's school board or whatever the case may be, these are just everyday people, just like me and you. Oftentimes, they don't know anything. When I first started the Conduit podcast, I interviewed Rob Gelder, and he had just moved to Kitsap, and he ran for commissioner. Didn't know anything about Bremerton, and I kind of felt like, why would you feel like you should run to be commissioner of a place that you just moved to? You know anything about the region? I don't think you deserve to be a commissioner. You don't know anything about the place, right? But it's his right to run, because as
Yeah.
long as the law said you were eligible to do so, you can. And he didn't win, I think, at first, but he ran again and then he won. And he's still in office. So, I mean, he's doing his thing. He's a great guy, but, it's just, hey, I want to do it. You are a resident. You have the right. You have ideas. You live here. Run. They do it, right? You probably have a bigger heart, and you are for the people, and the people that actually need your voice to be heard. So run for office, just like Kimmy was saying. Many times these seats go unopposed, and you've got a lot of folks that are ready, willing, and able to support you once you get into office. And that is really where the work starts, right? That is a lot of what happened with Obama. Is when he got in office. It was like, oh, you're there. And then the support stopped, right? That's when the real work happens, because now you've got to make sure that they do what they said that they were going to do when they campaigned. And that's true for anyone. So if you support a candidate, you got to make sure that they do what they said they were going to do. And that goes for anyone. But you need to run. That's really a big deal. So consider it. It's not too late. November is coming up. So if you want to do that and your heart is in the right spot, please, get a hold of us, and we will definitely support you in that endeavor. But that is where the change is going to come. Do not be distracted by national politics. Yes, is it important to vote for the presidency? Yeah, sure. But down ballot elections are the most important. That is what affects you the most, your city. And so you really need to figure out what's going on. So educate yourself. Jose, your thoughts?
I would add, and this is really corny. What I have done at council, it's super corny. Sometimes I feel like this is dumb. Why do I have to come here and talk about truth or stop deceiving? It sounds weird, and that's because this town is weird. When you have these fundamental principles and laws not only being violated, but actually hidden from the public so that the public has no reason to know something's really wrong, that's like a deep, deep deception of the public. That is a fundamental betrayal of the idea that you hold office in public trust. So when I talk to people who are young and they're engaged, we had a good turnout for the protest at council against the MFTE. I call it the MFTE gravy train, right? We had this young lady. She gave a comment, so I'll use her name. And this young lady is a brilliant writer and athlete, Monica Houston.
Hey, shout out to Monica.
Yep. And she showed up at this MFTE hearing, and she kind of broke my heart. And she spoke in a way that was completely different than I do, and I think anyone else does there. And what she basically said was, come on, we can do this. We all know that when you subsidize developers to the degree they're being subsidized here, that there's displacement. So it was not only a rational point she was making based on history, countless studies, but she was calling to the spirit of fairness and decency, and the idea that Bremertonians, if they were really trying and really paid attention to each other, that this is something we would all want, all of us, developers included, that we can kind of unify and do the right thing. And and so it was kind of heartbreaking because it was so sincere. She was exhorting the public. She wasn't doing the Jose thing, because Jose is often in grief.
Yes.
And Jose is often in anger because of these fundamental violations by people we should be entitled to trust, right? So Monica went there just being herself and came from a completely different stance. And so for a person like Monica, what I typically end up doing, probably begging them, is like, what can I tell myself, what can I do to encourage this person to go into law by hook or by crook? And, if you go into law, you're probably going to be in debt for your life, for life. It's hard. It's hard work, and it puts you in a pressure cookie professional environment typically. So it's a hard task, and it's hard to make a living, especially when you're young. But that's all I can do, because until ordinary citizens do what I'm doing, and I'm doing it because I kind of had a basic aptitude, but I also had kind of professional experience, right? It had a personal meaning to me, so I really applied myself to it, because I often thought of my mom, right? Growing up as a young kid, my mom was constantly beseeching the heavens, because as a tenant, as a poor person, as a Puerto Rican woman, she was always the underdog. So she was always in a state of pressure. And when I realized I could use the law to help people, thanks to my bosses tolerating me wearing gym shoes and whatnot, when I realized that, I thought, holy cow, anyone can do this. You don't have to be a paralegal. You don't have to be a lawyer. You can get literate on these fundamental ideas, these standards of law, and you can hold your elected officials, your planning commissioners, your Andrew Spencers, you can hold them accountable simply by knowing the standard. For instance, Andrew Spencer works under the legal standard of impartiality. Once you realize that, and you see that she keeps putting not only her thumb, but her entire foot on the scales to favor developers, you can hold up this standard in public and say, wait a minute, why is everything about favoritism towards Southwest Group, but we somehow cannot even manage to get a porta potty for the homeless population? How does that work? Why is that happening? So when you hold up this standard that has millennia of law behind it, impartiality, working towards the public good, rationality, when you have that standard, that amplifies your voice. And when you pass that standard around, it is something easy to rally the public, because we all want to be good. We all want to do good. And the way that you can be sure you're on the right track is if you simply use the tradition that's been around for like 200 years, 250 years, this idea of fairness, of equal protection, of equal allocation of resources. That's a powerful voice. It is no longer your voice. You have embraced and adopted the voice of a million ancestors, right? So the law is powerful. All you need to do is be confident in it. Learn how to look it up. Learn how to read it. Learn how to speak it. Don't let the law die by being silent. The idea of fairness is imbued in American law. We shouldn't be shy about using law to protect each other.
All right, so that's what I put in there. I put in learn, write counsel, vote, run for office, support others who run or who are elected. Use your skills. You could do research. You could drive. You could cook, right? There's a lot of different ways, right? You could be adjacent to others. All right, so I wanted to answer that question there. Again, keep your questions and comments coming. And again, thank you for tuning in to this great conversation. We're going to go ahead and jump into some more questions and comments that are in there. Dawn Michelle has another good one here. Denise Frey said something like, how am I supposed to sell Harrison Heights to investors with a shelter there?
Yeah, it's pronounced, did she say Frey? It's Fry.
Yeah.
Make sure you say Fry.
Fry?
Yeah, it's not Frey. So Denise was okay with the site. I don't know if everyone knows. She's okay with the site at the Swing Set Mall. She totally 100% endorses it. The Swing Set Mall is really right. Not that I'm not saying that this matters, but if people want to give arguments about children, even though there's homeless children too, it's really close to the infant and daycare center. And then also, if you've noticed, all the new hundreds of houses like right behind that old site is residential. So deeply residential, like right next to the infant and daycare center, but she was okay with that. The only time we started seeing opposition in her district was when it came to knowledge about, it's all on public records, when she was asked by the developer to get in on this opportunity zone. And unfortunately, in my opinion, I don't think the housing authority or the nonprofit partners knew that they were purchasing an opportunity zone area, because the federal government releases those tracts of land at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
And I highly doubt people are like up to date on that and like realize that this land is going to be what's an opportunity zone that a developer's really going to want, because he's going to become a billionaire, trillionaire in that spot. He's no taxes for like years and years, and all of his investments return is amazing. And you can just Google do opportunity zones work, and there's like dozens of articles, scholarly articles that'll teach you about how they really, unfortunately, didn't pan out like they were intended to, or how they were stated. So she, to Don Michelle's question, it's what did she say?
She said, how am I supposed to sell Harrison Heights to investors with a shelter there?
Yeah, because she's saying that they think that they have a gold mine there, and they feel like it will increase the blight there. But they have to think outside the box, and that's what we're trying to do, is provide real education. This is making my point again, where people, it's like me taking my car to a mechanic, and then he's fixing my carburetor, and I come around and I'm like, oh no, actually, that's not, how you do it. We have to let the partners and people that know how to, decrease the blight in our community will be by having this homeless shelter. So they're thinking of it as this incredible blight in their gold mine, and like all of the people that will be moving here to live in their high-rise luxury apartments are not going to want to see the homeless, but they're going to see the homeless in the opportunity zone. They're going to be all over their like luxury, just like on Quincy Square. There's unhoused people down there all the time. And that's what they're trying to avoid, but they're increasing the chances that they're going to see that by not providing for all socioeconomic groups in society.
So let me share something. On the 4th of July, we turned 250 years old. And, I've been too busy to do podcasts. And, I decided to do a podcast on this 4th of July. And I was given an email from the Foundation of Homeless and Poverty Management. And for many that don't know, they purchased a building which is literally right across the street from this property.
Right.
And they purchased this property years ago during COVID. I know because I actually wrote the contract for this building when they were trying to purchase it. All right. So I know all about this property. And many people don't know that. And this might be the first time that people are knowing about it, because when they originally tried to purchase this property, their funding fell through at the 11th hour, and they were going to lose the building. And so I wrote a proposal to the owner, and he went for it. And so they ended up getting an extra year to find the funds for the building, and they got the funding. Now, based on this quote that Denise allegedly has said, and the fact that Jose says that there are some emails that she has divulged out and shared and that she wants to develop, the Foundation for Homeless and Poverty Management has not been able to get their permits for the last several years, even though they have been given state money and funding from multiple sources to create a day center for the unhoused, right? And the founder, Drayton Jackson, was from New York, and he was homeless there, and he was homeless here. They have had some operations there where they've had DSHS and WorkSource, I think maybe even KMH, where they were coming out and serving the unhoused population instead of them going there, which is great. And his vision is, folks that are unhoused are tired and they need a safe place to be where they're not attacked, right? And so you need a place for folks to be. Now, he is almost, what is the foresight that he had, not seeing that no one knew that Salvation Army would lose their funding and they would have to close their day center and folks would be displaced. But had they had their permits, this is where the unhoused would be during the day. They would be at the Foundation for Homeless and Poverty Management. Yeah. Well, he also looks like a prophet in that the Bremerton Housing Authority purchased the property literally across the street. So now you would have these different types of shelters, And then they would sleep there, and they could go across the street and get services and have a day center right there. Now, this was already bought, purchased, and operating years ago. So is this also an effort from City Council and maybe Denise to make sure that this does not thrive? So this just seems like a huge sabotage, right? I don't want this to exist in any form or fashion, so we're going to make sure that this dies on the vine, right?
By design.
Now, at the same time, I had an interview with the executive director, shout out to Robin Lund of the Kitsap Rescue Mission. And if you remember, they were downtown next to the Salvation Army, and they were relocating to Port Orchard. And so they were at the Quality Inn out there on Kitsap Way during COVID. And there were a lot of NIMBYs out in Port Orchard and a lot of folks that are very worried about them existing in a neighborhood out in Port Orchard. And so the fight and, you know, everything in the Kitsap Sun, I mean, it was really bad and got really nasty. Well, what she reported was, you know, they've been out there now for a couple of years and they've only had 2 complaints. And the complaints were just about noise. And many of the NIMBYs that were there are now volunteering for the Kitsap Rescue Mission, right? And so it's safe, right? There are no issues. And so outside of the noise. And so the things that folks are really concerned about, and shout out to Patrick, he said he attended a planning commission meeting on Monday, and the ignorance of the speakers who are against the Sheridan location is astounding. And, you know, folks are afraid, right? They're afraid of what they don't know, right? You have to address it. It's an issue. And so when COVID was going on and you had Wheelerville and Coughlinville and you had the tents, and when you started to disperse the homeless throughout the city, they moved right across the bridge and all the way up to Rydell. And the mayor was just pushing them to the other side of Rydell, which is unincorporated Bremerton. But you see the carts and you see people in different easeways all throughout Bremerton now, right? And so it's an issue, but we have solutions that are in place. And then what did we have the other day? And this was all over Facebook yesterday. Let me go ahead and just put this up on the screen for folks to see. I can't even keep up with everyone is just going crazy in the chat. Thanks everybody. They continue to insinuate a shelter in the area will increase crime and destroy property value. Yet, just last night, there were shots fired 0.7 of a mile from the suggested shelter site, which is about a block away from where we're sitting right now. Curious to know what the crime rate is in the neighborhood has been historically. Many of the comments on social media stated again. So you're so worried about the crime that the homeless are going to bring not even a mile away, but the residents here in Viewcrest Village are saying again that this is historically a high crime rate area. But these aren't homeless people. These are housed people.
You have to see who's he getting his information from when he said they said that the crime will increase. Who are they? That's really important. That's the first step you take.
But you love to blame the homeless, right? It's easy, right?
The city actually did a presentation multiple times that showed how shelters decrease the crime in the areas where they're placed. However, they're sort of like, again, omitting that information now when the land change was something that was not liked by all of them anymore because they want to develop those luxury apartments and another opportunity zone up there for the wealthiest. And I think we do need to have wealthy people. Obviously, we do need to have all classes, but we're talking about here is equity, and we're asking for something that's still barely helpful. It's still barely going to touch the surface of what the real true issue is, which is affordable housing, and then also incredible needs, medical needs. Like we're talking about when we talk about somebody, that has like a medical condition, like cancer or something, we're like, we let the experts deal with that. And like that, that poor person has cancer and this is how you treat it. But when it comes to homeless people who also have a myriad of medical issues, people become doctors and nurses and mental health professionals immediately and just say, no, like these people are all bad. We're not going to let these experts say what they need. And it's just so backwards to me how we've allowed that narrative to go on for so long, that like just random people who have never stepped foot on the front lines with us are now suddenly experts about all of these weird studies they're quoting, which are, you could completely debunk them so easily. These are the same exact things that they've been saying for like a decade that have been debunked. So that they're very like not aware of what's really happening or what the truth is. They do see things getting worse. I will give them that. Yeah. Because we don't have the services,
right.
Because we don't have the affordable housing. Your eyes are not lying to you. This is horrible. The drug use, the children in cars with their moms, the single dads. You had a single dad text me last night saying him and his 11-year-old daughter in a car asking me where to go to get cool. You guys don't see the real faces of homelessness. And there are solutions. We just have to let the people who know what they're doing do the work and get out of their way.
And Kimmy, if you will, just allow me to put an addendum on there. It is not just an affordable housing, right?
No.
Or a lack of affordable housing. Even if rent was $1,000, it's not enough, right?
Yeah.
We don't have the jobs here,
yes.
Right? Everyone can't work in the shipyard, right? You're talking about, credit issues. You have folks that, don't have 3 times the rent. You don't have folks that have credit worthiness. Yeah. We have AI, right? If you at all are watching what's happening in the news, right? You may see it in your sector, right? Folks laying off, companies laying people off 5,000, 10,000 at a time, jobs not coming back. I use AI, and quite frankly, I don't need 3 or 4 staff because I can do these things within seconds, right? And that you can't afford them. And so you're going to use these tools. So what is that going to look like as we go ahead and modernize? This is just the way of the world, right? So what are folks going to do? We're talking about health issues. As technology goes, it's a weird thing. It seems like humans are getting sicker. We don't invest in our own people here in America, so we are sick as a people. And then we blame it on ourselves and say, well, you don't have to eat the food, but we're poisoning our kids. And then we're socialized that way and say, well, you should just eat the fruits and vegetables. But hey, even now, what is it? The iceberg lettuce is giving us crazy diarrhea, right? In the emergency room nurse, don't eat the lettuce right now. Yeah, but you get my point. So, whether it's mental health or physical health, again, if it's $1,000 a month, but I can't work, it's not going to help me at all anyway.
And those problems get worse and worse and worse until they become such a great burden on everybody.
Come down there. What is the gentleman's name that I bought the cane for with the toe? I don't know if it's appropriate to say his name now, my buddy.
Are you talking about the veteran?
I don't know if he was a veteran or not, but I think
I know who you're talking about.
But just watching you and Kelsey, treat wounds, and watching, folks that should not be out in the street.
No, they shouldn't.
It should be in a hospital room,
yes,
looking at these wounds. And if it were you and I, we would be in a room in isolation in a place that was sterile. And these folks are out in these deplorable conditions. And I think someone said it in the chat, right? You are just one accident away,
yes,
one illness away from being unhoused yourself. You're one car accident away where that person was uninsured or your insurance lapsed and you can't get to work because you were already commuting. It's what happens when you can't get back on track.
Yeah, well, then when you find out, you wish you had seen it differently by that point, because now you've lost a lot of your ability to stand up for yourself.
Right. Not even to factor what's happening geopolitically. Hey, I can't afford the gas. I can't afford the groceries. We're talking about furloughs during, Christmas time last year, and, folks pulling together. This place was packed here at New Day with veterans and government employees coming in to get, Thanksgiving dinners and just being extremely thankful, right? It's all the things all at once. And we're watching this cascade where folks are just trickling down, right? They're going from bigger homes to smaller homes. And I was telling people years ago, what's the thing that we're seeing shoot up? It was before the apartment complexes were shooting up all over the places because slow permits. We were watching storage units
Yeah.
shooting up everywhere because
Mhm.
people were downsizing and putting stuff in storage units. They were moving in with friends and they were downsizing, and folks were moving in cars. And then, they're in the street and they're in the shelter. We're just watching it. It's just getting bigger and bigger, and you see the new faces on the street.
About building industrial like jails for people who are poor, right, and criminalizing people for their very existence, and then making it a normal thing. It's like slowly infiltrating to where we're making it so it's just normal for someone who's homeless to be arrested for camping, even though it's far from camping. That's not what they're doing, but we're normalizing it. So the average person isn't going to stand up and say, whoa, what are we doing? We need to like figure this out, because that seems like a bigger waste of money per night to stay in a jail than if they just had like an affordable apartment complex their benefits would pay for.
Right.
And so it's like we're getting a large amount of people into this system that we can then make money off of through the EMS, through the hospital system. I work as a nurse. I know, I see it, the revolving door of this. We fix them up for millions of dollars, life support for months, maybe. If they're lucky enough, I don't know if you call it lucky, to go back out, they're put right back out where they were hit by a car or whatever, or beat up, or you name it, diabetic, ulcer, seizures, whatever. It's just this ridiculous waste of resources and money, and it's definitely benefiting a certain class of people in America.
Well, and you'll have counsel say that it's not their responsibility, it's not their job, and hey, this is what nonprofits should do, and that's what the people should do. The problem is that nonprofits, many have not recovered from COVID. People haven't recovered from COVID, and as people are getting squeezed, doesn't matter how empathetic or sympathetic they are, they're in survival mode, right? Their resources are tapped.
Yeah.
The city has to do something.
Well, they're choosing to use our tax dollars.
Jump in there,
putting
Jose.
people in jail.
There's something going on that no one sees, because it's kind of this idea of omission. You're going to have an omission when things are being done that are illegal or wrong. No one will come to it. What we're actually seeing in Bremerton is the incredible amount of time, energy, personnel time they're putting into simply lying. That whole pause, that 7-month pause, where they had Ann Williams cherry picking masses of literature that had nothing to do with real free speech law, nothing to do with real ARPA under Washington. That was that entire 6 months. They had Kylie Fennell, they had council members. That was a small fortune to lie, to misrepresent. What they've done with the Evergreen Point, the rigging of that project started in 2019, and it continues now. That stonewalling is a massive amount of planning and coordination to make sure that they don't get busted, that they don't have to do a perp walk. The comprehensive plan, they decided that they were going to take out all real discussion of the Shoreline Management Act. Why? Because they didn't want Sound West Group and Andrew Spencer to get in trouble because they flouted the Shoreline Management Act. The Growth Management Act, under 2 provisions of the GMA, the Growth Management Act, requires the assessment, the application of the Shoreline Management Act. So when they took that out, what happened when they took that out? They created a comprehensive plan that is just fatally flawed. It has a big hole in it. So the other way that they've screwed up that comprehensive plan, so when they evoke the comprehensive plan as a reason why the BHA shelter is somehow awry or amiss or doesn't belong there, you know what's really happening? Because now we know that Jack Paul was involved in this master plan Harrison Heights development that they have all lined up for Harrison Heights. Literally from October to January, they're talking about developing Harrison Heights. So this is a city planner, a city commissioner, and a council member, Denise Fry, working together during the comprehensive plan to decide what's going to happen in Harrison Heights. So on the one hand, they're pretending that the comp planning is objective, it's rational, that this is the way we have to be because we're anticipating growth in Bremerton. So they're doing this while on the side, they're plotting. We have the emails. They're literally plotting. This is how they do it. The nonprofit YMCA, because Les Larson is on the board, he gets to say, well, for the good of the community, the YMCA wants to develop this school district property. And then what does Wesley Larson says that where it is a for-profit venture? He says, notably missing from the list of stakeholders we're going to need are capital influencers. What does he mean by capital influencers? He puts in parentheses, people who have check writing capacity. In other words, rich guys like him.
Yes.
Wow.
So he is gathering a group. He says we need like 12 to 15 people. So he wants a collection of individuals who are both government officials.
Check writing capacity.
Yeah. He wants to put together government officials, rich guys with check writing capacity, and developers all together.
Wow.
So that they can come up with a master plan. He says, Jack Paul, I want you and Chuck Henderson to draw up some conceptual designs. And at some point, I want to give a presentation to council. So all of this is happening concurrently with comprehensive planning. Does the comprehensive planning mention that? No. When Denise Fry and Andrea Spencer proposed the opportunity zone for Harrison Heights, do any of them ever mention that they have lined up for this opportunity zone application the master plan for Harrison Heights? No one has a clue.
Yeah.
I literally did not know this was happening.
No, you wouldn't be able to.
No one knows this. So what is wrong with that picture? The law of conflict of interest say, if you have a planning commissioner and they are in conflict for a variety of reasons of pecuniary interest, legal liability, or because while you're doing a supposedly objective comprehensive plan, you're doing another plan, do we not think that at some point they're going to use what they've done with the comp plan, with their secret master plan, and they're going to make them work together? Of course we will. We're not dummies. So when that is going on, when the planning commissioner is in cahoots with Denise Fry, and when they're using a nonprofit as the conduit, so you know what I call that? I call that using a nonprofit to make a profit. The IRS considers that self-dealing if you are as influential as Wesley Larson. So he is kind of warping the idea of a nonprofit, gathering together rich guys and Denise Fry, and putting them all together to work secretly behind closed doors, while one of the members of this group, Jack Paul, is working on the comprehensive plan with other developers on the planning commissioner. That's a classic conflict of interest. And so what has happened is they have probably rendered that comprehensive plan invalid. So not only is it invalid because they flouted the Shoreline Management Act, they refused to address the Shoreline Management Act and the rigging of the Evergreen Point. They refused to acknowledge the interrupted buffers during the comprehensive plan. They're literally working on the side on a so-called master plan. So, and then to make it worse, this whole idea of false report, to make it worse, in the middle of their sabotaging of the BHA shelter, guess what happens? Denise Fry and Andrea Spencer put up a hearing. Hey guys, we really need to submit an application for a new opportunity zone for Harrison Heights. And a bunch of us protested. We need that money elsewhere. I told them about the Genovese fraud litigation, which we might want to talk about. So in that hearing, you never hear from Denise Fry that her buddy, Wesley Larson, has a master plan that will immediately take advantage of that opportunity zone. There is no way in the world they're not going to immediately benefit from the opportunity zone that she's praising. And during that hearing, this is May 20th, during that hearing, the lady actually admits, yes, I invest in my community. I don't know if I'm going to get a return on it. So tell me, does anyone really believe that since Denise Fry has admitted being an investor in development, that she isn't investing in Wesley Larson's operation? Can any one of us possibly believe she has the self-discipline to say, since he's a fat cat, since Jack Paul is a fat cat and the planning commissioner, I'm not going to myself be conflicted by investing in their projects. I cannot believe that. I'm sorry. There's no way in the world. I consider her duplicitous for tongue, but on her best day, I don't believe she has the self-discipline or even the legal knowledge to just refrain and not be conflicted by investing in this master plan.
Got you. But you have no proof of that.
She admits being an investor, but she does not tie that to Wesley Larson. There is no one in city government who has yet to step forward and saying, I'm investing in Wesley Larson's project. But they don't need to say it because you know why? Because ultimately, we don't really care if they're investors in his projects or not. We want them to follow the law. We want them to not misrepresent what's going on. And when they omit that there is a master plan for Harrison Heights that Wesley Larson has taken charge of and that Denise Fry knows about, and when Wesley Larson says, Denise Fry, see if you can get LTAC money to us. See if the LTAC can work on our Harrison Heights master plan. And she never comes out in public and talks about that. That's too much insider information for comfort. That is a classic conflict of interest.
Do we know what the relationship is between Larson and Denise?
Chamber of Commerce, I think, that's what her job was to do.
Yeah,
Was to help people like him. There's pictures of them and all these parties that they go to together.
I can tell you that when Jack Paul, the Southwest Group director and partner, is installed in the Planning Commission in October of 2024, Denise Wright immediately steps up. She name drops Wes Larson, and she says, Wes Larson told me that the great pivot moment of the Marina Square development was all Jack's idea, that if it wasn't for Jack, that pivot moment wouldn't happen. And then she says, we gave them the Pivot Award for that moment because that was an amazing thing they did. In other words, during COVID, they had to switch it up a little to make sure that that development would fly financially. So she gave them a wooden plaque. It was actually quite cheap looking, if I may say so myself. It says Pivot Awards on West Group. She awards them as a Chamber of Commerce director this Pivot Award, right? So you see these photographs with the dates. She's wearing bunny ears for...
I don't know why.
I don't know why, but I find it quite symbolic.
Wow.
She's wearing these bunny ears, and Larson and Jack Paul are next to her smiling. So they're having a great time. They're probably in the Roxy, and she's giving them this award. So that's what these people do. They pat each other on the back.
So I want to put this on the screen and just go back to the conflict of interest. And here, number 4, informational conflict takes place when access to privileged, confidential, or inside data is used to secure an unfair personal advantage. Mm-hmm. And again, the podcast that I did on July 4th with the Foundation for Homeless and Poverty Management that still does not have their permits, right? They have developers. Why are they not able to develop their property? The other thing that kind of was on my mind when you were speaking, Jose, is, during COVID, they tore down Harrison Hospital. And, I would get these migraines and I would go into Harrison. And I remember going in, right before they tore it down. And it was right before COVID was torn down, maybe a year before or whatever. Then all of a sudden it was like, there's mold and it's not fit for anyone to come, because we were advocating, why not put the homeless there, right? You could put up tarps and whatnot and it'd be safe. And it's like, and it's not fit for humans. Like, what? Put a sign up there and have folks sign waivers, right? It's a empty building, right? It's better than outdoors. And now all of a sudden it's like, we're going to develop it and look at the views. It sits up on a hill. It's like, okay, well, you've got that property there. Why not allow it to, have something for the unhoused there, right? It's like you want to develop it all. The other thing that was in my mind was, okay, so you're going to develop this, and where exactly are these people actually going to spend money? In Bremerton, they're likely, going to get their gas in Costco. They're probably going to do most of their shopping in Silverdale. I don't see many of these folks shopping at SARS because they're in there. They've got their views. So this is probably going to be some pretty expensive, property. They're going to get their fuel at Costco, right? They're probably not going to go to Speedway across the street. I don't really see them frequenting much of anything on the corridor there. They're probably going to go to Trader Joe's in Silverdale, right? Because
I may have the answer.
their income. So is Bremerton really going to, benefit from the income from these folks that move in there, or is the income, the money that they spend, not really going to be absorbed into the Bremerton economy in the way that they want?
A few rich people, that's for sure.
I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
This is what their business model is. What you see, it's their thing. For instance, the idea of Quincy Square, you'll literally see this very cute looking kind of graphical spread. There's a building there and someone from Rice Fergus. It's a beautiful graphic, by the way. Very aesthetic, very pleasing to the eye. And on one building, they wrote anchor, right? Then you see the rest of the Quincy Square block and the associated buildings around there. What the idea of Southwest Group, and by the way, that's an amorphous name. It's a trade name. We don't actually know truly what composes Southwest Group.
Wow.
But for purposes of the traditional people behind it, it's Steve Siegel, Wesley Larson, Mike Brown, and then there are a few other partners. Marion Weber, there's a guy who's based in California, Neven something. So the idea is they want foot traffic. They want residential people. They want tenants on the ground to populate their buildings, and that foot traffic, that they call it walkable city, that generates retail money, small businesses, and so that the residences are right there where the people are at. And in order to do this, they want an anchor. So for Quincy Square, the anchor was the Roxy Theater, the B-Flax Apartments. And then later on, they got funding for the entire block, that block and a half. That is the business model of Wesley Larson and Steve Siegel. In Port Orchard, they were working on this idea of a community center on the waterfront, and that was going to be their anchor. So surrounding the anchor of this community center would be residences, the multifamily housing. Again, they want tall buildings, density, so-called density, in urban centers, and the way to do that, at first at least, is to have an anchor. So when you see these guys talking about developing Harrison Heights, Larson immediately talks about building a community center, and he talks about a pool and an aquatic center. He name drops Planning Commissioner Tara Selkirk because she's an ex-Olympic swimmer. She grew up swimming at the Bremerton Y, right? She's part of the advisory council for the Y here. So he's evoking the anchor. You start off with an anchor in a place where there's room to build around the anchor. So he makes money off of the buildings, right? His market rate multifamily buildings. But they start off with the anchor to make it attractive for what he calls funky and hip millennials. The idea was you want a young, professional, affluent population to come in a walkable city and live in the high rises where they will have something to do.
But what is there to do on Denise's corner here?
Well, I believe that's where they're going to have their community center. They're going to create something to make it happening, right? If you think Quincy Square, what you're seeing is they want to make, Larson calls it, at one time he was calling it a cultural resurgence, an creative arts district, right? They talk it up like it's going to be a real happening place for youngsters, for people who are affluent, the whole FIFA thing, right? They even try to transport the idea of Juneteenth to Quincy Square by making it a retail mecca. So the idea is to draw people in, hopefully younger people who have more spendable income.
I kind of felt like pimping black people, but that's a whole
really
different kind of conversation.
Yeah, it was kind of dark for me too. So that's their basic business model. So they never just say, we want to build the biggest, tallest buildings and get out of Dodge. They don't say that. They talk about community. They talk about integrity. They talk about we really need this here. We really need there. So they are not dumb and they are not heartless. That is never my point. The point is if you're going to have developers infiltrated into government, there has to be a check on it. They should not be doing their thing and getting rich, and often getting rich from public monies, and completely abandon the worker and the ordinary citizen and the homeless, the low income. So what we're seeing is an abandonment of that demographic.
So can you answer a question for the parents? And this question is for both you and Kimmy. And I'm a parent of a 14-year-old. So then what is the plan, if what you're saying is true, for all of us parents that have elementary, junior high, and high school students who aren't going to be able to afford these properties, because clearly it doesn't sound like they're building for us,
They're not.
our children. So where are our children supposed to live?
Somewhere else.
Mason County?
Mm-mm.
Where are we supposed to go? Where are they supposed to go?
Not along the water. I feel like Bremerton is one of the last towns in this water area that hasn't been completely gentrified yet. Like, we're kind of one of the last stands, and we have a chance to see what's happened all around us with all the other cities. You can ask the people that used to live there where they are now. They're not there.
I remember when I had some of my friends would call West Bremerton the hood. It's like, no, it's not the hood anymore, right? And there's parts, right?
Yeah.
But you see the strollers and folks riding their bicycles. Like,
there is a saving grace, I'm hoping. Washington has I'm telling you, if you're a legal beagle, if you're a fanboy for law, when I got here, which was a boyhood dream, Washington has some, gotta stop that F word. Washington has some fantastic laws, premier laws, both environmental and this idea of accountability and transparency. Really great laws. The Public Record Act here, the F word,
No,
it's fantastic. It actually has teeth, so it's enforceable. It's something you can do or sink your teeth in. And even, well, I want to say force, but maybe that's too strong a word. You can really encourage a transparent government. We have the tools for that. We don't have to let, crooked or corrupt public officials run a game on us. We don't. We have the tools. So one of the tools in the state of Washington is that the concept of environmental justice has really been embraced by the state of Washington. This allows low-income people to have a voice. It allows us to not be excluded. When I showed up at the Parks Commission for the first time, it was because it was out of desperation. And I had to tell them what at least one homeless person looked like, and that a homeless person can have a voice, and that a homeless person could even teach them something. And that what that something was this idea of green space equity. All these parks in America are traditionally and legally open public spaces. They are open to the homeless, no matter what anyone tells you. There is even a First Amendment aspect to gathering in the park with your comrades who are homeless, right? So when we discovered that the outdated word vagrant was routinely used by our police department, and it was so routinely used in the Parks Commission, in the Parks Administration, that they literally inserted it into the Parks Plan. They call it the PROS Plan. They inserted the word vagrant. They asked the public in a survey, is the reason why you like or don't like our parks because of the vagrant problem? And then they cited two particular parks, and they said, the vagrants are monopolizing our public restrooms.
Wow.
It's a derogatory word, similar to the N word or the R word.
Absolutely.
So
I
70s.
Internally, I blew a
in the 70s?
It's 70s.
Wow.
So we tried to complain that, there's a whole long story behind Anna Mockler's Hose the Homeless moment. So unless you want to bring it up, I'll bypass it now, because that's its own show.
Yeah, we bypass it.
So I went to the Parks Commission. I explained to them that I spent a winter freezing with a group of homeless people, that it kind of crept up on me that I grew to love them. And in fact, Um, they are still kind of my family because I live with them in my head, and I had to leave them. And there was one woman that I really wanted to help before I left, and I failed. So when I went to the Parks Commission, I told them, you guys get fortunes in funding from the Recreation Conservation Office. A fortune. It's the same thing with ecology, giving the city a massive amount of money to keep the waters clean, right? So this city depends on state funding. So we call it green space equity. Because parks are inherently for the public, we cannot, as a society, tolerate, and it is actually in the law, you cannot tolerate someone proposing to deter the low income from parks. It's repugnant in law. So I went them and I told them, you can't do that. Green space equity requires that if you're going to get funding from the RCO, you cannot be calling the homeless vagrants. And then I told them about the Supreme Court case of Papa Christou. And what Papa Christou did was it legally got rid of the term vagrant. It recognized that this was inherently unconstitutional. It was a targeting device where police departments would use it to target the undesirables of society. Mm-hmm. And the beauty of Papa Christou, which I still kind of fanboy over it, is it's cited to American poets, to American philosophers who were often wanderers. They were in fact vagrants. The court said you could consider them vagrants. They walk around in the woods, they're unemployed. So the idea of using vagrants as a way to smear people who are unconventional, and in America, if you have no money, I guess you're unconventional. The court made sure to get rid of that term as a viable legal mechanism to criminalize people. So, and that was in 1972. So I told the Parks Commission this. You really need to stop calling the homeless vagrant. If you create a parks plan, and you have vagrant in it, and you're indoctrinating the public to use the word vagrant, if that is what you're doing, that is something so repugnant to the idea of being an American that it's been gotten rid of by the Supreme Court, a century ago, half a century ago. It should be a century ago.
It should be.
So in 1972, the court outlawed that term as something any police department should be using. So do you know what happened? I looked it up after Jane Rebolowski assured the public in December of 2025 that the Parks Commission was going to fix their plan and stop using the word vagrant. I went back in their records. I did a public record at request. And after Jane said that, after Tim Barker said he fixed that problem, they were still using the word vagrant in 2026 after we complained. They still included it in their survey to the public. So, and what this is indicative of is the problem with what we saw at the Planning Commission in July. The hatred of the poor, the bigotry against poverty is a problem as visceral and as problematic as racism, as any kind of ism you can think of. There's a Spanish philosopher, she came up with the term aporophobia, and this is the same thing as I believe as racism. And if we want to be a growing society, a just society, and by the way, we never hear the word justice at Norm Dix. We never hear that damn word from any of the legal people there. Why? Because it's inconvenient. Once you use the word justice, it means they're going to have to work. Justice takes work. So when they start calling the homeless bums or hobos or vagrants at the Planning Commission or at the Parks Commission, there is a societal problem. And you know how you fix that? You fix that by simply applying your basic American law. Equal protection, fairness, right? Green space equity. These are all real things. These are things that are tangible and objective. They don't need to die, and really they shouldn't die. They actually get money by pretending to be about green space equity. They get money by pretending they're about justice. They get money from the state by pretending they care about the environment. They get a fortune putting up these presentations where they feature the low income. They talk about the low income, and then the low income never sees the benefit of the funding they're getting from the state. We saw that with Quincy Square.
Yeah.
The seed money for Quincy Square, Wesley Larson's project and his B flats, that first initial injection of public money came from HUD CDBG funds. So that was the seed money for Wesley Larson's B flats apartments. That was the seed money for Quincy Square. And they have it in writing promises that affordable housing will be generated from the B flats and from Quincy Square. For Quincy Square, they actually had it on paper. I believe it was 284 or 294 affordable units. So that was the seed money for Quincy Square and innumerable projects in the city, including the parks. So what we're seeing now is hyper-gentrification, is monomania. Some of the people, in fact, the leaders of the sabotage of the shelter, they are extremely privileged. These are college professors, artists, right? They have very aesthetic-looking social media, and yet they are completely shameless. They'll say, we don't mean to be dehumanizing. There's nothing dehumanizing about what we have to say, but the planning, it's so poor, it's so this. In fact, they are bigots. They are really filled with hate, and they are encouraging, inciting irrationality. All the studies, you can go to the mayor's own consultant. They have an entire page worth of citations to studies that say where there is a shelter, the crime rate goes down. So what we are looking at is the incitement and the encouragement of irrationality.
Say that again. Where there's a shelter, what?
The crime rate goes down.
There's studies on that.
Yes, there's an entire list.
The city presents it?
Yeah.
Until
Citation
the site
after
got changed.
citation.
Until the site got changed to Harrison Heights.
Wow.
What they say is that in the immediate area of the shelter, crime goes down.
Wow.
In the general area of the shelter, crime goes down.
Wow.
What Joe Crane and the BHA have proposed is a solution to what these people are complaining about.
Yeah, huge.
This is the fix. They complain of these extreme cases, right?
Yep.
Homeless people wandering the street, really extreme cases.
Jose, you weren't here at the time. That's what they told us when we were trying to get the porta potties down there.
Yeah.
They're gonna burn them. There's gonna be, like I say, the R word is gonna happen in there. There's gonna be rampant drug use. There're gonna be all those things. We had those porta potties there for 3 months, and we didn't have any of those things. The county let us use them. We paid for them. We maintained them. We gave them back to the county just as we found them. Not a problem. Didn't have those
and
issues.
there were some weird smear campaigns that were going on. And I did contact people who made comments at a meeting. I think Jennifer
Yep.
had a meeting, and there were some comments there by people saying like, oh, we found all these needles and we found this. And I thought, what are you talking about? If you remember, I was the one, unfortunately, because I'm a nurse maybe, that always gets the dirty job. And I was the one like going down there and actually cleaning them before the porta potties got there. The sharps weren't an issue, sadly, because if people were doing drugs, there's a lot less hypodermic use, and it's a lot more inhalation drugs nowadays. So it was just like all of this rampant bad information by people who are so confident in what they're saying, but it's like absolutely untrue. And you just hear those voices, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Yep.
So unfortunate.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to put that piece in there, Jose.
If the people, I feel like the developers, they're very privileged, wealthy. There's a lot of fear as well, even though he's on his website, it says he's a sensei, very strong man. But the fact that he's scared of me or just says he is, and he needs security because of us. And the fact that there's so much pushback, I just wish they were listening to this and would understand that we're actually going to be helping them as well, because the blight that they talk about would be decreased. And the people who want to continue doing criminal acts, for example, those people could so much easily be handled by the police department than right now when every single one of them is breaking.
Right. They're going to stand out, right?
Yeah, they'll stand out. And also people like Don Michelle or Jocelyn or outreach groups, the amount of clients they have will be so narrowed down that they can target in on them and get them to the places they need, instead of being bombarded by all of these families who are much, just looking for a meal or clothes. We deal with those people first because they're easier to solve, I guess. So if we could just get the large mass of them into a shelter and then into these affordable next steps, which is like the pallets and then the affordable housing apartments, that would decrease our problems, and it would save us a ton of money.
And no group wants to be painted with the broad brush, right? The police don't want to be painted that way, right?
No.
It's like, hey, one bad apple spoils the bunch, right?
Yes.
There are good cops, or there's one bad cop. Doesn't make all cops bad,
No,
right?
not at
So
all.
there's some bad actors in the unhoused element
in my neighborhood
that are in there,
everywhere.
right?
And people talk about sex offenders, or they keep bringing that up because it's a very horrible, disturbing thing. And so people always bring it up to try to counter homeless shelters. But just so you know, there are websites you can go to, type in your address, and it tells you every sex offender that's already in our neighborhoods right now. And in America, you do your time and then you're entered back into society. So that's not a good talking point to counter a homeless shelter.
Well, and not only that, but whether you like it or not, you also have to address the issue. You can't not address it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're going to exist somewhere. So
alive.
you're going to have to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Just the bottom line.
I have to tell you, at that July Planning Commission, sitting there, I usually like to just sit there and listen before I say something, because sometimes I get an idea or I can respond to something, even though that minuscule amount of time is ridiculous. So, and that was a mistake this time, because I sat through the whole hearing, and it was like a tsunami of ignorance and hate, and it just depressed the hell out of me. I felt crushed. At one time, I started to get emotional. It was horrible. And what I didn't realize was that one of the young moms who had gone to the parks hearing, we went to the city council in December 2025 to protest the cross plan, where they talk about the vagrant. I did a legal brief. I talked about Papa Cristo, how that's illegal. I did the whole shebang, right? I went Jose as a paralegal. And 2 moms with children showed up there. Really, why would they do that? To show them that we're human. Mm-hmm. We are not a name. We are actually more human than we are homeless. That term homeless defines your economic status on one day, right? Mm-hmm. It could mean almost anything. The only thing it really means in substance is that you don't have a house to live in. So it could literally be a millionaire on his worst possible day. Who knows? He got hurt and crippled. He doesn't have a brain now, and he's out on the street. Who knows? It is such a non-descriptive term. So these young moms showed up at that hearing to basically say, we're homeless, we're not vagrants, we're not criminals. And I remember Sarah saying, so remember that when you're making your plans, right? Mm. And when she said that, what was happening is that Sean Westgroup and Denise Fry, they were making their plans for Harrison Heights, right? Yeah. So the problem with what's going on is this unleashing of bigotry and hate. There's no thought process. So as I'm sitting there on that July Planning Commission meeting with this fuselage, this tsunami of hate, I was in the middle of just ignorance and irrationality. None of the people who were against the shelter were proposing solutions. They just wanted poor people, the poverty-stricken people, to disappear. Mm-hmm. So, it just kept cropping into my head as these comments kept coming forward. I would think, do you want them to levitate and float up in the air into the heavens and disappear? Do you want death squads? Where are people supposed to go? We have to exist. No one was actually talking about a solution. And then poor Joe Crane. The BHA guys are exhausted. And they've been turned around in so many directions. So Joe Crane got up there. He basically said, I'm the author of this plan, and I actually have a plan. This was the plan. That plan, and I saw his presentation at a Jane Revelowski town hall.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is a legit plan. It was multifaceted. It would address the exact complaints that these people had, the exact complaints. And because it was flexible and multifaceted, and it would involve personnel who provide that wraparound support, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would address every single problem we saw. And you know what? There is a small army of volunteers that once took care of the tent communities on MLK and Broadway, who would step forward and probably patrol the freaking streets. If they saw someone in a crisis, there would be no problem addressing that poor person in a crisis and getting him help like immediately. You know why? Because everyone will be in one place where we could take care of our own, right? This soldier's idea of leave no one behind, that is a typical American, ideal. I don't know why for the most vulnerable, it is okay to just take a big fat crap on people, to smear them, and then hope that they somehow disappear. It was just complete irrationality. It was very depressing. And then getting back to the two moms who showed up at the PROS plan hearing, mm-hmm. I didn't know it because I'm kind of stiff. I don't look behind me. I didn't realize that one of the moms was seated behind me, who showed up at the Parks Commission, until after I got up and she tapped me, and it was one of the moms of young children who showed up at this the PROS plan meeting, where we were protesting how they were dehumanizing the homeless by wanting to deter them from the parks and by calling them stigmatizing, criminalizing names. So I turned around and the poor girl is stricken. She has been re-traumatized, and she's telling me, I don't know why they're talking like, I can't believe it. And I looked at her and I just felt so helpless because there was very little I could do. So I tried the poor version of a Jocelyn hug, because no one's like Jocelyn, right?
Correct.
No one can match Jocelyn.
Facts.
So we gave her a hug, and I just felt so harmless. So after we all left, I looked at some of that hearing, and the poor girl is seated behind me, and I'm looking at her face, and this is re-trauma. She is absolutely stricken at what she's hearing. This ton of hatred that's completely irrational. It is untethered from reality. Yeah. They're making regular humans, who could be children, who could be people who have wounds, right? Could be people who have cognitive problems. I know a lady that I've eaten meals with who is a survivor of a car wreck. So she has like a broken spine and cervix. She can't hold her head upright, but her mentally, she's completely fine.
Cervical.
Yeah. So we have disabled people out there.
Mm-hmm.
We have people who, if they suddenly showed up at our door, we would not dream to treat them badly because we don't know they're homeless, right? Mm-hmm. So these people are demonizing people they don't know, people who could be anyone, and they're demonizing them, and they want them to disappear. And the poor girl behind me, I mean, re-traumatized, like way worse than me, right? I was sickened. By the time I got out of there, I was actually nauseous.
Wow.
See, this is what I'm saying when we are allowing people to make comments that in other professions we would never allow someone to walk into an OR and say, no, that's not what's really going on. We would say, get out of here. You have no idea what you're talking about. Stop spreading misinformation. You're going to kill people. But instead, we let these people come in out of nowhere using all their fear-based, harebrained ideas that are not based in any facts. And we allow them to, poison the minds of everyone else. And it's just unheard of. Like if we wanted to repair like a bridge, we would hire experts to do it. And if these people came along and says, you're doing it wrong, you've studied bridges your whole life, but that's not how you do it, we would tell them to get out of town, get out of our way. You're causing more harm.
Yes.
And that's what NIMBYs do, is they're causing more harm. And I want to welcome them to learn and to work on the front lines with us, but they've never once reached out. And I've reached out consistently because I feel as a medical provider, a registered nurse, that we have to stand up and say, no, these people have issues that we know how to solve. And what you're saying is absolutely never going to help. And it's only going to increase their traumatic experiences, like you just said.
And it's shocking, and it's everything, from COVID with, Don Michelle, talking about having the stroke patient being dropped off from the hospital. And, again, talking about all the folks that you and Kelsey and Dawn, treating down on the block. And when you see it, I'm just down there cooking, and it's just, I'm not treating wounds and just triaging folks. It's like, wow, man. I mean, it's just hard enough if you're in perfect health.
Yes.
But dealing with the infirmities, oh man,
that are all preventable, and we have a solution for all of that.
Yeah.
But people need to get out of our way.
Yeah.
And there has to be some political buy-in.
Or watching wounds that just can't heal because they're out in the elements, or they can't get the adequate treatment.
And people keep blaming them. That's the problem. And it's so easy to walk away. Oh, it's their fault because they did this. It's okay. Well, the guy that had the seizure, do you say, oh, it's his fault that his brain was born that way? That he has a malformation in his brain that causes seizures? So, screw you, deal with it. No, we don't treat other people with medical conditions that way. But people with conditions, for some reason, in this population, it's become normal to treat them like this. And there's even a child, like their token child that they bring to the meeting to speak against homeless. And his friends are some of his friends are probably homeless. Yeah. How dare they do that to a child? That's my opinion.
I have a story. I try to interject imagery of actual humans that are called homeless. And when I was I call it Trump land because Central Illinois, very Trumpy. Well, I used to go to the library during my lunch to get away from the office. And it became clear that there was a homeless community that would spend time there. Near the library, not right next door, but near, like a block away, was a facility like the Salvation Army, but it was a different church. Well, they had services for the homeless, including limited shelter for overnight. So I'd hang out at the library, take my laptop, that way I could be away from the boss, but still do stuff. And so I got to know some of the regulars who were homeless. And there was one guy who was very quiet. And I remember he wore an Army field jacket. So over 6 months, this was a habit of mine. Because I typically would eat a light lunch while I'm working. And this guy who was very quiet would be seated at a table and do his thing, not usually talking to anyone. But right next to this library was a thrift store. And the thrift store would have like older baked goods right by the door. So if you go to the thrift store and you needed something to eat, the baked goods would be right there. And what I saw over like 6 months was basically this regular at the library. He slowly turned, he was starving. Over 6 months, I saw this guy who was pretty solid looking, just starve in front of my eyes. And he was very quiet, always polite to people around him. His clothing was always clean, and even pressed, like he had a super neat look, which I have never achieved. So, we would nod to each other, but just over 6 months, he basically turned into a skeleton. Even though there was this thrift store like outlet, this kind of lifeline, that the free stuff right by the door. So over 6 months, and I wanted to help him, but I didn't know how, or I didn't want to embarrass him. So at the end of this lunch hour, I would walk away, and sometimes in the city, I would see him walking around, and I'm telling you, that guy turned into a human skeleton over 6 to 8 months that I was working. So one of the things I want to tell people is that sometimes people are homeless because, like many Americans, they're simply proud. They've lost their income, something happened in their lives, and they don't want to go begging. They don't want to help. So they're homeless because they're sticking it out. They have found a way to survive. Whether it's sleeping under a viaduct or grabbing a blanket or maybe hanging out under something that's overhanging, maybe they're couch surfing. They're homeless because they decided to live. So instead of killing themselves, And some of them even refuse to slip into drugs like I have, right? I was traumatized by my youth by watching someone close to me be a substance abuser. So I vowed that will never be me, and it never has been. So I watched this gentleman just become a human skeleton. So a lot of the homeless, I want to tell people, they are badass. They are survivors. They are noble. I've known homeless people who are saints, who just are freaking saints. What the one lady that I feel I failed because I was trying to hook her up to social services online. Because at that time I still had a laptop and Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. So I was able to do that, but I didn't get hip and I didn't do it fast enough. And then she disappeared. So I could never talk to her again and make it happen. So I had to leave that area, and it kind of haunts me. But this lady was a saint. She had a vocabulary that was 10 times mine. She used to be in the insurance industry. Just a really cool, classy lady, African American. And she walked around with a cart on wheels with her belongings. And she had been like this for a while. So the reason why I got to know her was because we used this freight elevator contraption to stay warm in this during the winter. And what you hear coming out of that planning commission is an absolute refusal to see the homeless as human. Like the way they talk, it was like there's no possible way any homeless person could ever possibly be human or worthy of care. The way they talked, it was the evocation of something that is almost impossible for a human to be. What they were talking about was like a beast that had to be shooed away from their neighborhood. It was nothing approaching what the homeless really are, because what the homeless are simply human, just like any of them. Some of the homeless are artists. I met a young white dude. A young white dude who walked around in the winter in a woman's fur coat. And yeah, he probably did have a drinking problem. And this guy, I tell Robin, this guy was freaking amazing, because he would start talking about music and I couldn't stop him. What else are you going to do? You're trying to stay warm. He'd talk about music, and every pocket he had in his pants, in his shirt, in his fur coat, he would pull out slips of paper with lyrics. And he would talk about a variety of musical bands of different genres. And he would compare them and criticize them. I mean, he was a genius, right? And he kind of broke my heart every time he talked, because this was what he loves. And he was talking about a cultural thing. He was talking about an art. Even though he was freezing, even though he was starving, even though sometimes he peed on himself because there was nowhere else to go, right? He was miserable, just like all of us. He was still talking about art. Music was not something that could possibly help him in that winter. And just this is all he talked about. And he talked about it in a way where you had to listen. Like, I wanted to learn what he was talking about. I don't want to be the cultural illiterate that I am. So I kept trying to pay attention to him. And so he was one of these guys that I survived the winter with. And what people don't understand is you cannot use any single word and capture what the homeless are. You cannot. So when you see this army of people determined to keep their neighborhood free of a modest measure of help for the homeless, it is completely detached from reality. It is detached from decency. I actually think it is detached from the idea of what being an American is. I think it is impossible for that planning commission to happen and it be legal. I don't think that when you apply American law the way it's supposed to be applied, that could possibly happen. That planning commission was the vehicle created so that you could have the smear campaign against a very marginalized, vulnerable people, a demographic. That was a setup. It should not have happened. It should not be happening. They have concocted this army of people who have been misled on the law so that they actually think they have something to argue with, and they don't really. They can work with the BHA, but what they're saying is not law. What we see Garrett Jackson talking about, it's not law. The letter from Jane Rebelowski and Denise Fry, the mayor's letter, where they zero in on the location, and they say, well, that ARPA funding doesn't have to be tied to the location. That is a disingenuous argument. It's a cynical argument because there is nothing wrong with that location. If the shelter wants to be there, it gets to be there because that's what the state law says. So they should be finding valid reasons to argue, but they're not interested in valid reasons. They're simply interested in a cynical push to sabotage. That's all that this is. This cannot be interpreted in any other way. And it's really ugly to see. It shouldn't be happening, but unfortunately, they're determined to use this kind of incited hate to attack marginalized people.
Well, that's why they made that House bill, was to combat this, but unfortunately it just got enacted last month. So there's a lot of room there to contest this, but this is like people are suffering in the meantime, and the whole essence of these laws were to decrease this bureaucratic like stalling tactics, and just to get it, we need housing, we need shelter, stop stalling it, you're making the problem worse. And we're still seeing the same techniques, but I do hope this will change. This is so new. It just was like June 11, I believe, when it was placed it was like online. And so we're still seeing the same semantics, the same tactics. But they're omitting information about the law.
But this is how a jurisdiction, a municipality where the city attorney has ethics, this is how it should go down.
Yes.
Because that's law. So you look at that law and you say, wait a minute, city council, wait a minute, mayor, this is a law. So we have to do it. And that law says that they call it in the HB 2266, it says, we don't want you to delay what meetings that are public. We want the permitting agency, the planning agency, which is Andrea Spencer's, bailiwick. We want these pre-decision hearings to not happen. This has to be handled administratively. And the reality is that project application at that location is actually incredibly simple and narrow. It is not a complex issue. Mm-hmm. When we see Garrett Jackson doing his number and droning on and on and on and on with the verbiage, that's actually how they rig the Evergreen Point. Mm-hmm. They will talk ad infinitum, and because we trust them, you are lulled into the sense that, wow, they sure are using a lot of jargon and they sure are going on about it, so it must be legit. No, it's a facade of professional ethics, but there are none in this town. There simply are none. If the city attorney cared, she could say, we must apply HB 2266 and stop these pre-decision hearings, and let's help these people out. To lose $1 million in ARPA funding because the deadline is in December is malfeasance. That is fiscal irresponsibility, right? And it's actually a suable offense. So that's another liability going on. If you're a city attorney, you know what you can do when the city violates law? You threaten to resign. You say, as an attorney, under the rules of professional ethics, I cannot be a city attorney if you don't follow my legal advice. If she knows that's a law, and she does, that's something she can do. She can come out in public. She can resign and then explain to the public how the law should go down, how it should play out. She can have a moral voice and a legal voice, but in this town, that's probably not going to happen.
Is there anything we can do? So the House bill, I have it up here for everyone to see. Is there anything that we can do? We're looking at it right here. It's like, look, this is a violation of HB 2266. Well, what can we do?
Donate to our legal fund.
I can tell you what I'm going to do as a citizen. I'm going to start off small. And I can tell you that with Denise Fry colluding with Southwest Group for as long as she had, and for it to reach a peak in January of 2025, where they tell her to come in on the Harrison Heights master plan, right? And then for her to talk up the opportunity zone for Harrison Heights, and she never tells the public what she's been doing with Southwest Group behind closed doors, what she is omitting when she talks about the opportunity zone. She doesn't tell us that. So she is pushing this idea of hyper-gentrification while she is essentially acting as an agent of Southwest Group. You know what that is? That's a violation of the false report statute. It's a violation of the prohibited act statute that says you can't do special favors and you cannot betray a confidence. She has done all those three things, and they are all tied to Southwest Group. So you know what that is? She needs to be thrown out of office. Yes. She needs to be prosecuted.
Yes.
I'm contacting the county prosecutor, and I'm telling them, this is what is happening in this town. We need the help of law enforcement.
Can that be done?
Yes.
Legally, it should be done. So what I would suggest is, because it should be done, we need to give it voice. We need to say, help us. This should not be happening. Please help us. Do your job. Enforce the law. And with that kind of pressure, maybe that can make things happen. If the public understands, if the planning commission understands, if the city understands that we have a voice, and it includes having a legal voice, that we can reach out and make them accountable, maybe that will get them to change their ways and fix the problem that they are creating on purpose.
Is there precedent?
Yes. Thank you for asking. Seriously. In Langley, a city, there was a mayor who used to be a DCD director. Quarsick was his name.
I know who you're talking about.
So Mr. Quarsick, as a mayor, was discovered to have fiddled with a paper when he was a DCD director. He fiddled with his permitting papers to basically let a relative off the hook. The paper was a permit. And the permit said to the landowner, don't do this, don't do that. And the mayor of Langley got that and fiddled it. He changed an official document, so he lied. It was a false report. An environmental group doing public record act requests discovered that shenanigans and reported him, and the county prosecutor took action and basically sued Mr. Quarsick. So not only did he sue him for that reason, Mr. Quarsick asked for mercy, and the judge says, because the plea bargain was the mayor wouldn't do time. And the judge says, you have so betrayed your public office that I cannot let you go without you doing at least some symbolic time. So Mr.
Wow, symbolic
Quarsick,
time, right?
I mean, 2 weeks, you know what?
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
It was just
Wow.
So, but honestly,
But he had to step down, right?
that makes it tangible, yes, because something else happens. When you are found guilty of this level of malfeasance, automatically you forfeit your office.
Oh, you do?
You have to step down.
Okay.
And if you don't, again, the law can kick in to force you to get out of office. So Mr. Quarsick, having been found guilty of the malfeasance of false report, he was forced to forfeit his office.
So would that fall under Chad Enright, being the Kitsap County
It would.
prosecutor?
It would.
Now, do either one of you know Chad Enright, and is that something that Chad would do?
Well, here I'm glad you asked, because here's my concern. This is such a status quo. Everyone's nice. I'm going to say it. Everyone's nice and white, right? We have very nice white people who, when they look at a Puerto Rican, quoting John Adams, right? I've literally done that. That's how corny I get. I get excited to say John Adams' principle was government is instituted for the common good and not for the honor, pride, yada, yada, of one man or a class of men. That shit gets me excited, right? So I said that at council. Let's just be Americans, dude. The common good. That's what we're supposed to stand for. So when you do the opposite of that, and you kind of shrink law and you misrepresent law to get away with doing wrong, it should not be the status quo that you say, No one talks about that. No one cares about that. Are you kidding? We've literally walked into Norm Dix and we overheard Chris Tibbs says, that guy owns this town, right? We've literally heard that.
Wow.
Yep. So that's the jurisdiction we're living in. So we are in a status quo. Look the other way.
And he's new.
No,
that's Tiff.
Oh, Tiff. Okay.
Tibbs.
Wow.
So, yeah. This
Woo.
is, so let me dive deep
Go ahead.
for a second.
Regale me.
Poor Robin went to the council to protest the sweep of the MLK Way encampments, right? The 10 community. She went there because she was shocked by what she saw, and that's where she first met Jocelyn in person. So she goes there and she tells the mayor he should be ashamed. You're getting rid of people's survival gear. Oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. She goes in there and she says, Jose, it was so weird. It's like one side of this, the chambers of the city council is filled with traumatized people. And the other side is like a bunch of guys in suits, like jovial and talking it up. And that's where she hears, that guy owns this town. So I'm kind of new, right? I'm not quite hip. So I'm like, no, really? You heard that? What? So that is the jurisdiction we are living in. Traumatized people on one end, highly privileged, super wealthy, influential guys on the other end.
Mm-hmm.
So to the question about Chad Enright, I doubt it. And the reason why I doubt it is because I've heard him give kudos to Kylie Fennell. I am not, I swear to God, it's really hard for a paralegal to bash an attorney. I only ever bash an attorney when I know that they are harming people in their professional capacity. And I don't even call it bashing. It's like, we got to be accountable, right? When I said hi to Kylie Fennell at the Parks Commission, and I did it naturally, and she responded naturally, it was like a dagger in my heart because she is human, right? But that's beside the point because people are being hurt, people are dying, right? So Chad Enright had this glowing, like laudatory opinion on Kylie Fennell. I can't even remember where it was. I think she had been appointed or something. So I doubt that in this town there is a capacity to do your duty while trying to hold someone that you know and like accountable, right? So I doubt that Chad Enright will do the right thing because it's hard, right? It's hard. So this is my plan. This is my brainstorm. I'm going to address my plea to the county prosecutor, and I'm going to email both Chad Enright and his competitor, the candidate, Mr. Lombardi.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to say, we need help. Whichever one of you guys is the county prosecutor, please help us. We've been dealing with a situation that is intolerable. We cannot tolerate this in American society. We cannot say that we uphold the law and allow this blatant conflict of interest. That is intended, it is intended to be unfair. It is intended to push people out, to act like they can just disappear in thin air. We cannot, as citizens, we cannot tolerate that. We can't do it. You know, there are countless societies where in the history books, we see them just take this plummet, right?
Mm-hmm.
They become used to the idea of some people not mattering and other people get to run the show, and they matter. They matter 1,000 times more than the regular guy. We can't allow that to happen here, no matter what your political affiliation is, no matter what your ideology, no matter what your religion is, no matter if you're an atheist, if you're a cat, we cannot allow that. We cannot do it because that means that as a society, we will die. We can't do it. You know what Denise Fry says when Jack Paul was installed in the Planning Commission? She says, development is not an F word. There are stereotypes, but it is not an F word. I'm really offended, she said. And then she said, if we don't have development, we stagnate and die. And that is incorrect. You know what we need? A balance. We all need homes. So we need housing. Mm-hmm. So that's development. So no one is saying no housing. No one is saying no development.
Exactly.
But it must be balanced with the human concern that we do not, in our society, we do not leave people out on the street to die.
Right.
We don't do that. And if it's happening in this town, which it is, something is broken, and it's our responsibility to fix it. It's Chad Enright's responsibility to fix it. It's the Attorney General's responsibility to fix it.
And maybe they are fixing it.
It's people too. So
Absolutely.
we need to stop depending on these people in positions of leadership, and we all need to have our own leadership, and we need to, get off our devices or whatever it is and look around at what's happening and be responsible for what's happening around us. So like people need to join in, and then these officials typically, if they're provided the pressure, things do change, but nothing will change if it's just Jose going to every meeting, and then he will become drowned out eventually.
Right. Well, and I think that's kind of happening now, right? Because it's the same voices, right? It's Jose and it's Robin and it's you and it's Jocelyn, and it's
people ask us, do more, do this, do
right.
this. What can you do? Do this. You're not doing this right. It's like, okay, you come out and do it too, because there's nothing special about us. We aren't heroes.
No.
We're not trying, we're literally speaking up so that, it's selfish. We don't want this to happen to us. Right. And we want, also personally, I would like to be able to drive through town and not get like morally depressed because I'm seeing things that are completely preventable, and we're just driving by and normalizing
they are
it.
preventable.
My whole life. Since the 80s, I remember walking in Seattle and being morally depressed as a child for some reason when I saw a homeless person. Because I was taught, I grew up in a small town, not a lot of money, but we didn't go without, and neither did our neighbor. Right. And I know it can't be like the old days or whatever those days were called, but we don't need
it should be better. Right? We have the technology, we have the wealth, we have the knowledge.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And,
absolutely.
And people matter, even if.
And we know better.
Yes, and we do.
Absolutely.
We do. But we need to speak up because people will come out in droves like, oh, yeah, you're right. And then no one shows up when it matters. Even just an email helps.
And I have to say something, because we're all talking, and this is all, what we're saying is common sense, right? We don't leave people behind. The problem is that on the council dais, they will say the exact same thing. And it's freaking PR, right? It is absolutely PR. I have another thing to regale you about, right? So the city called me, Denise Fry called me large and disturbed, and I am disturbed about corruption. And Chamberlain called me an extremist and domestic terrorist. And they kept evoking the need for police security in council because of me, quoting John Adams. So they othered me, right? The campaign was about othering me and making my allies that we were all some kind of fearsome group. So the point of me saying this is that what they created was this imagery that these people have to be stopped, right? While that pause was in effect for over half a year, what we see, especially on September 24, 2025, two things happening. They start talking about the pause, and they actually mentioned their supposed solution about the pause right off the bat. Reduce the time we get to talk and putting it at the end of the meeting. So what they ended up having after like 7 months, what they already said on the first day, right? There was no problem to solve. Public criticism of government is absolutely the First Amendment. So the two things that happened is they started talking about the pause, and you see Denise Fry start to sabotage campaign.
And we're not allowed to talk about it.
So those two things happened at the same time. And so there came a time where they were just reveling in an orgy of lies. That's what it was. An orgy of lies about the shelter, about the ARPA funding, about housing, just going to town because they had no opponent to speak up in the public forum. So you know what I had to do? I had to do the John Cusack thing. I had a sign that says, "Stop gagging homeless advocates." And I had a sign that said, there are 3 statutes that require you, that you are omitting, that require a shelter there, right? So I had to stand up and hold the sign. Corniest crap ever, right? So I'm holding the sign behind the mayor. And when I did that, my heart is beating a mile a minute. Because in fact, Denise Fry has taken active shooter training. I don't know if I'm going to be tackled to the ground. I don't know if they're going to scream bloody murder.
Well, she already said that they're afraid for their life, right?
Yeah.
So they've already built in the excuse.
So I had to do that. I could not be silent. So even if it was only a sign, I had to mark that moment like this is what's happening. You're lying to the public. You are actually misrepresenting the law. So we literally put the 3 statutes that require step housing in Bremerton, right? So I got sidetracked. Why did I mention this?
Well, remember on that note,
Oh wait,
okay, go ahead.
It was about PR and how frightened they are of me, right? So there was a great moment where Jocelyn brought in quite a hefty group of homeless people that she serves regularly. She brought them to city council. I think this was about the opportunity zone and the shelter. So we're there and the meeting is over and we're all there seated, but it's time to go home. So I get up and Jocelyn's behind me and she's got this really small army of homeless people. And some of these guys look magnificent because these are the survivors. They're wearing their backpacks. They look impeccable. They got their field jackets on. And I know that these are the survivors. These are like real F-bombs. These are the real Americans, right? They got pride and they may be starving, but they're sticking it out. They're survivors. And then there are these other people, including one young lady I know who's homeless. I shared the meal with, and I later see her picking flowers. So, you want to talk about the homeless not being recognized as human? The homeless pick flowers because of their beauty, right? So in council, I give Jocelyn a hug. I'm like, oh, I didn't look behind me, so I didn't realize this throng of homeless people backing her up. One guy stepped up and spoke. So here we are, end of the council, and I turn around, and suddenly Jocelyn's grabbing me, and she wants me to be in this photo. So all these homeless people are gathering together for a photo op, and I'm not realizing who the photographer is going to be. And I turn around, and I swear to God, Denise Fry and Jennifer Chamberlain are out to get the Olympic sprint medal. They are running towards me.
They're hauling ass.
They are hauling butt, running towards me to be part of this photo op moment with Jocelyn and the homeless people. And I'm slow. So I'm still hugging up and I'm talking to this tall homeless guy and suddenly I see the camera and I'm ready to do my poor man's version of a smile to be in this, exalted moment. And it's Jennifer Chamberlain. I'm sorry. I failed as a love warrior. I love Cornell West in that moment. Again, sometimes it's hard to be a love warrior like Jocelyn. So I said, hell no. If I stand in front of this lady, I'm going to lose my soul. So I said, I got to get out of here. So I had to walk out. And I think the F-bomb was probably hurt. I had to get out of there. These 2 women who villainized me, like the next day, you can hear Denise Frey in the Public Safety Committee talking to the police and saying, we're really going to have to consider police. Yeah,
police presence in here, right?
I think that's why my back is out. It was so stressful listening to this large, disturbed man. She actually said that. So I had to get out of there, but these ladies somehow magically lost their fear of Jose. I don't know how that happened.
For a photo op.
The idea is that there is a lot of PR and fake crap going on when you talk about the homeless. Common Street, you know what the Parks Commission does now? When they want to combat the reality that we discovered, that they very casually call the homeless vagrant, that they can actually put on an agenda sheet, deter the homeless from parks. That's a disgrace, right? Mockler's moment, she put on the agenda, deterring the homeless from parks. So
she puts that on there?
It's on paper.
Yeah.
Sprinklers. So my thing at the Parks Commission is that is not tolerable. We really cannot be doing that. So now what I noticed Parks Commission does, they did it, I think the last one, they put on their agenda that they're inviting Common Street. So what Common Street does, like the good contractors they are, is they create graphics They'll say, well, we've had 11 meaningful engagements. We've had 12 encounters. So they created a piece of paper. So the way that the Parks Commission and actually also council deal with the reality of how we have exposed them as dealing with the homeless is they call Common Street, and Common Street, whose livelihood depends on council paying them, will say, yeah, well, the Commonwealth is doing a great job, and well, we saw this. So they will give anecdotes and they'll talk about how they treat them, and so it all looks cool. I call it a dog and pony show, because if you're paying a contractor money, are they ever really going to be honest to the public and tell them what is really happening? Are they even capable of really being honest about it?
I would.
So
that'd be interesting for us to have kept our money or tracked the numbers that we were serving through COVID.
Kelsey tried. She valiant effort to document things.
It just would have been impossible.
We either had to focus on the data collection or people's lives.
Yeah.
And we chose the lives.
Yeah, we'd had to have almost double the people out there just to track what we were doing.
Don't forget, Chamberlain at that next meeting tried to make it so people couldn't hold signs either, because it was really disturbing her. She, it's like a dictatorship. They don't want democracy.
Man.
They don't want other people to talk.
What a moment
Silence
that was.
us all. Not even a sign,
What a moment.
But she wants to be in a picture with them. That's interesting.
Yes, it's bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. We just need to bring it to the light, you guys, because this is not brought to the light. They silence you, so maybe we can try here.
On the one hand, I feel like it's futile because that's kind of the culture here. But on the other hand, I can't stop talking. And by the way, I've never done this. I'm an introvert. I've never dreamed of doing this. But kind of because of Cornel West. Cornel West is this fascinating character to me. And I was hoping he could be president. But the beauty of Cornel West is that at heart, he's a philosopher, and he's actually a very traditional philosopher. But he also happens to be part of a marginalized community. So he represents to me the ideal merger of traditional American love of freedom, the whole Western idea of egalitarianism, of equal protection. But he's also a scholar of Judaism. And his family is a traditional Southern, I believe, Baptist Christian family.
Well, let me tell you, Jose, why it's not hopeless and why it's not useless. And I tell a lot of my friends this, that are in kind of the same fight, and it seems like nothing's ever going to change and everyone's against us, and year after year it's the same thing. If we felt that way through the hundreds of years that we came through slavery, and we decided not to fight, we'd still be in chains. And we're not. And so we have to continue to fight. Right? We have to continue to fight. And, we're here today and we're free. And are things the way that they're, are things perfect? No. Do we still have things that we need to do? Absolutely. But we are way far away from where we were. Right? And we know that we've saved lives. I just bought
it. Saved ours too.
Yeah. I just bought a truck 2 days ago from Rich. Right?
Oh, nice.
From Rich. I just bought a truck 2 days ago from Rich, who was in my truck, right? Selling fentanyl out of it, sleeping in it.
I got that thing back.
Right? Who restored his family, right? And, he's talking about, yesterday while we're trying to buy it, not only has he gotten his daughter back, but DSHS or CPS is trying to do a home visit and put the other sisters that aren't his daughters there in the home with him.
Wow.
Right? Wow. We're talking about 3 years ago. Yeah. During COVID, he's in my truck on the block. Right?
Stole it.
And so we know it works. We know it works. And so we have to continue. We have to continue the fight. And so it's absolutely worth it.
It's good to tell these stories too, because so many times people are glossing over and saying, oh, this is just a homeless or a housing problem. And it is. That's the hugest part of it, right? But to tell the stories of like, yeah, there's some really horrible things going on. Someone stole my car,
Yep.
was selling drugs on the street.
Yep.
How are we going to deal with that? Right. And that's what we're doing, is we're trying to hit it head on.
Yep.
And we are going to deal with it, but
Yep.
you're not going to deal with it by not allowing the resources and people to help them that we can help them, because we've shown it. We can help people.
And for those stories, because a lot of folks will say, why don't you open up your doors? And it's like, well, look at the videos, because I have.
Yeah, we do.
That man has cooked in my kitchen.
Mhm.
Folks have slept in my home. Folks have slept in my business.
It's not a you problem. It's not a me problem. It's a us problem.
Right.
So no, you shouldn't have to solve it yourself, Marwan.
No, I shouldn't.
Yeah.
But I've actually done it all. So, So that I'm probably the wrong one to say that to. But that really is what it is, and we do need to tell those stories.
Yeah.
Because folks will recover. That saying, "we do recover," is absolutely true. Yes, they have to want it, and they have to do the work, and it is damn hard. And it might take a few times for it to take, but when you see it on the other side, man, it's amazing, right?
It's not all pretty.
No, it's not all pretty.
I mean, what really bothers me, I guess, if there's one thing I can emphasize for people who are new to this, like people who might be listening in and they haven't followed like council meetings or the history of this progression, is that what's happening now at the Planning Commission, what I am calling the sabotage, it is a veering away. The council, the government of this city voted twice for that project.
Mm-hmm.
And that project was planned out and presented in detail. There was no mystery about that project.
Nope.
And if we're listening closely, we'll hear Joe Crane saying, and it's very confirmable, that he gave, I think it was at least 12 presentations of their proposal throughout the city. The one district where that did not happen was Denise Fry. So, but Denise Fry knew about this project.
No, we did it twice actually. I have a poster
With
showing
Denise
it.
Fry?
Mm-hmm. She hosted one of them.
Well, to hear these people talk about being surprised, to the extent they were surprised, is because Denise Fry wanted them to be surprised. You see Denise Fry immediately, once she found out about the master plan,
yes,
I don't think the timing is coincidental. Once Sound West Group told her about the Harrison Heights master plan, that's when you see her sabotaging.
Pivot award for her.
That's when you see her taking steps to take down that project. In January 2025, she learns about Wesley ARPA's master plans for Harrison Heights development. And within a month, you see these signs. She's reaching out to come up with arguments for sabotaging the project. And it's about the site, the land. Developers need that land to make their money. So they are jealous when someone else has control or ownership of land. So the fact that the mayor is zeroing in on the parcel, that Andrew Spencer with her fake spot zoning argument is zeroing in on that parcel, that Jane and Rebolowski have a letter where they are claiming to want to correct the record. They are zeroing in on that project. We never told you that location was okay. They didn't need to. When they voted for that project, it was part of the proposal that the partners, the BHA, they would have to look for the property site. They would have to go throughout the city to find it.
And they have the right.
That was understood. There's no language anywhere from the supposed adults who voted for the project twice that they needed to go to them to okay the location. That was never part of the agreement. That's not part of the interlocal.
But developers don't do that, right?
You go where you can go, right?
Right.
To fit your needs. The BHA has a need. It's very particular because originally it was, to me, it was a state of the art, a very enlightened, all-encompassing, multifaceted hybrid shelter project. It was designed to address the different kinds of homeless that there are. Because we know that the homeless are not monolithic. Their proposal was a way to have the widest net to help the widest kinds of the homeless. And it was frankly brilliant. And by the way, something that no one says, which is part of the cynicism that the city is putting out there now. The Bremerton Housing Authority is a governmental unit. It's a special kind of governmental unit. If you look at the laws that authorize the creation of agencies like the Bremerton Housing Authority, you know what they're for? They are expressly for low-income housing. It exists for no other reason but to create low-income housing. And when you read that law, it says, because we understand, and this is the state of Washington talking, that law that enables housing authorities says, because we acknowledge that housing for the homeless will never be competitive with market rate housing, we need to have agencies like this to help create low income housing. So it is ridiculous to pretend that this 1 million word presentation that's intended for projects like Marina Square, that somehow that's applicable. These kinds of shelter and transitional projects necessarily need to be, because they're for the low income and they're going to be proposed by low income housing authorities, they're going to have to be low expense. They're going to have to be projects which are cheaper to build. So they are going to have to make concessions. They're going to have to accommodate the inherent limitations of this kind of housing. It's going to have to be cheaper materials, smaller units, right? Communal living. It just will have to be. So it just so happens that step housing laws from the state of Washington says, make it happen, create zoning, create development regulations that allow that kind of housing. Has Bremerton done it? No. Bremerton is trying to foist the existing crap that they have for places like Marina Square, and they're trying to basically fit a square peg in the round hole. That is part of the scam that we're having to suffer through right now.
And you said, what do they do? Do they do this to developers too? Well, there was an email we uncovered sent to the governor, because he's the one that will like pick who gets these opportunity zones designated. And you only can apply for them if you're an it's like invoking the name of the poor. Only the poorest regions can receive this, right? Because it's supposed to help them get out of that.
Right.
We see a letter sent to the governor reassuring him, don't worry, and I've posted this on my channel all the time, we will streamline, the city of Bremerton will streamline all of the permitting processes to get this on the road for the opportunity zone, which is the luxury, massive, like expensive condos. So yes, they are treated differently. They're treated as if they're poor. They're taking money. It's like, if they're so wealthy, use your own money to make your development.
Right.
Thank you.
And let's let the people who are poor, the little tiny tidbits that they get, let them have that. Let's let them have the little scraps. You don't need the scraps and the billions too.
And Jill, she's awesome. She's been so gracious and patient. And before her it was Kurt, and I served on the Bremerton Housing Authority board for about a year. And the work they did with West Park and turn that into Bay Vista, I mean, that was the ghetto. That was the hood of Bremerton. And now you've got that mixed-use home ownership up there, and you've got Winco, and that whole space has been transformed, right? And so they have been good stewards and partners to the city of Bremerton. And to do that to the Bremerton Housing Authority is egregious, right?
Horrible,
And so they have not shown that they have done this city wrong, and they have taken care of this city. They've taken care of the residents. I mean, this is just really deplorable by the council.
The community on them too.
Yeah.
Every council member was obviously instructed to say over and over again in the very beginning, ask them about the permits.
Right.
Where's the permits?
Right.
What permits are you talking about? The design plans?
No, that's. I'm so glad you brought that up. Let me pull this up right now, because here's the thing. City council loves to say, what they do and what's not their job. Here's your council, by the way, guys. And so I wanted to click on this here, and it says right here, the role of city council. The Bremerton City Council is made up of 7 elected city council members, each representing a district within the city. Council members listen to the residents, bring community concerns forward, adopt local laws and ordinances. Adopt, right? That means that they create. Approve the city budget and help guide priorities that shape Bremerton's future. The council also works with the mayor's office and city staff to support a safe, welcoming, and well-managed city. What does the council do? pass local laws and ordinances, right? Which means that they're creating them, right? So when you say, hey, how come we can't get this done? Well, they're the ones that can create it.
Yeah, but
We're having a problem.
Yeah.
Well, then create it.
they're lying and saying it's someone else's problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Fix it.
Just like they did with the mayor. They said it was all his fault.
Right.
Too.
Absolutely.
They all blame each
Create the
other.
ordinance. Create the law. Approve the city budget and oversee spending. Approve the spending. Listen to residents and business owners and bring their concerns forward.
Or silence them.
Right. Well, last I checked, homeless people were residents, right?
Yep.
They just live here. They just don't have a dwelling.
Yes.
Residents and business owners are encouraged to contact the appropriate city department first. If concerns remain unresolved, contact your city council member for additional assistance or guidance may be appropriate. Guide the city priorities like housing, safety, parks, and infrastructure. This is all your job. Work with regional and state partners on community issues, homelessness.
The whole country's having this.
This is your job, right? This is exactly what you do. So don't tell us this isn't your job and that your hands are tied. This is exactly what you do.
Yep.
And so now they want to have these workshops, which really kind of seems like propaganda to me. I really wanted to go on, well, what it is we do and what it is we don't do. It's like, well, we don't want to do this. They just seem more enamored with, traffic calming and turning, everything into one lane, and multimodal transportation versus, actually really helping out.
Yeah, I mean, if, like I keep saying, do people truly represent the districts that they're running for? I know for certain that the reason I keep bringing it up, that somebody who professes to be, poor and understands the that plight, and then we find out otherwise. That's why I keep bringing it up, because people don't appear to be truly what they say they are, and their votes are telling us who they are, but people aren't listening to that, maybe, or able to follow along, because it's very nuanced.
And to me, it just seems really counterintuitive. You build the shelters, you have a place for homeless folks to be sheltered. You have a day center. You have a place for folks to be stabilized, to get the support. They're in from the elements. They have access to resources, right? They can heal physically. They can heal mentally. Hopefully they can heal spiritually. They can get back on solid footing, right? Get their resources, which takes time, right? For all of you that may be out of a job or have been out of the job in the last year, how many applications did you put in? It took a while, right? I hear people, I put in 100 applications. I put in 500 applications. What do you think the homeless are going through?
Yeah.
How long did it take for you to get your ID? Oh, you don't have a birth certificate? Oh, you don't have an address, right?
And the wages can't compete with the pricing of housing either.
So you're having all of these issues, right? So now, if you're a homeowner or you're a business owner, they're housed, they have a safe place to be, right? That means your property values are going to go up, so that's good for you. I think that's a big deal. You're probably going to feel like your children are safer, right? Because that's been a danger for you, because they have a place to be. They don't have to wander around because there's no bathrooms. They can't sit still anywhere because that's a crime, so they have to keep moving. So they're not on the street, on the sidewalk, pushing a shopping cart, because they don't have to be. There's a place for them to be. Now your kids can be out and ride their bike and walk around, right? So that's an added benefit. Well, they're less likely to use the emergency room as their primary care physician, because now that they're in the shelter, the agents there are going to make sure that they're filling out their Apple Health and getting them health care. So now they actually have a primary care physician. So now, if you need to go to the emergency room, you're not inundated waiting on the hospital room being filled full of people that are using it as primary care.
Very expensive to get your health care that way, just FYI. And it comes to the taxpayers.
Right, that we're having to pay for, right?
Yep, we're paying for all of it.
So, I just had the chief of the fire department on the podcast here, 2 weeks ago. Shout out to the chief. And I didn't know that EMT back in the 70s or whatever came under the fire department.
Yeah, I was a firefighter EMT.
I didn't know that, right? So Now, if they're housed, well, then you probably have less calls
Yes.
out into the world, right?
Yeah.
So now if you are a homeowner or a renter, you're housed and you have an emergency, well, that means that it's more likely that they can deploy to you,
Yes.
right?
You're having a heart
Because
attack.
they're not out
Yeah.
here,
Yeah.
right? So it's counterintuitive,
Mhm.
which means, and you're paying taxes for all these services anyway,
Mhm.
which means they're going to be more effective for you,
Up to 32 million this year. in the
which
budget.
means it's dropping for you.
Mhm.
Now, there was a stat that I learned from the county because I do a lot of work in prevention. They say $1 of prevention actually saves $18. So if we pay for it up front, it actually saves us money on the other end.
It
It's called an
does.
investment. So you're going to pay for it either way, but you actually, if you're being a fiscal hawk and you want to be fiscally responsible,
Mhm.
it's an investment. You're investing in people.
Yeah.
But it's actually cheaper for you to do it this way.
You're actually saving money yourself. Yeah. So it could be selfish too to help.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
however you want to look at it,
Yep.
that's the way that you want to do it. On the other hand, additionally, now that these folks are here, right, they're going to get stabilized.
Mhm.
They're going to get job training. They're going to end up back at OC. They're going to train. They're going to get careers. They're going to get their kids back. They're going to break that cycle of poverty. Many of them, right? The story of Rich and all the other ones.
Mhm.
We're going to change the community.
We can, and there's a common thing where they think that if you build it, they will come, like that old movie, Field of Dreams, was it? I think.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, and so there's no like data that shows that people like disproportionately go far away from their home base to like meet Jose or Kimmy once a week or something and get like a free bottle of water and get tortured
Mhm.
with these unconstitutional laws and get harassed every day. So that's easy to debunk. And what we are doing, though, I can tell you for a fact, is that we are disproportionately sending people to other jurisdictions because I personally, through the court system, have only been able to find resources like shelters, like for teenagers especially, or for elders in Pierce County and King County. So when everyone says send them back to Seattle, it's like we already are. We're the ones doing what we're saying is done to us. It's the pot calling the kettle black. And people don't have any data to back up these statements. You know, they're just stating them and then they're causing great harm. So just don't provide that unless you have something to back it up with, because they're just creating this confusion that's unnecessary. You stay in your lane, people. They have no idea what they're talking about.
The bottom line is
Tired.
we have to do something.
Yeah.
And doing nothing is doing something, but it's making it
Yeah.
worse and it's expensive.
Yeah.
People are dying, right?
Mhm. Oh, it's horrible. Yes. Yes.
They're getting younger and they're getting older at the same time,
Mhm.
and the numbers are growing. So we're watching all three of these things happen all
So many
simultaneously.
teenagers, you guys, I see. It's ridiculous. It's sad. And then once they're on the street, like you were talking earlier about, or you were talking earlier, one of you were about seeing someone and then how they got worse over time.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
And so it's like I've literally been downtown just like contemplating, like watching like a National Geographic movie or something. Like I'm like the bystander, like watching this situation unfold, and you see teenagers come in and you're just like trying so hard to call for resources. Oh, this shelter's full, this shelter's full, this aunt doesn't want them in the house for whatever reason, or this whatever reason it is. And then the next day they look a little hair messy, and then you see them in a week or two, and a lot of times they're getting tossed around.
Well, think about it like
By
this.
men.
So yeah, let me just frame it this way, right? So, because I talk to a lot of folks, and they'll say, "Hey, I've got a teenager or a young adult, mid-20s, but usually it's a teenager, somewhere between 16, 19, and yeah, they're not following the rules, and they're struggling with addiction or alcohol." And, they're in the street because they can't be home. They're stealing or whatever. They're just causing turmoil, and there's other kids in the house. And so they're out in the street. And they look regular. But the more time that they're out there, right, you're watching the deterioration, right? They look regular. They look like they were just in high school.
Yep, nice
And
clothes.
in a month or two, they get acclimated to the world in the street. And then you're like, man, I can't help them. And you hear it all the time because you hear these stories, these testimonies from folks that are like, yeah, I don't really want to help these folks, but I also have a kid that's out there. So I get it, but they just can't be in my house, right?
Mhm.
But your daughter who can't be in your house, if she could have got help by month, week 2, week 3, she might have been okay. But now that it's month 4,
Mhm.
now she's doing sexual favors,
Yeah.
right?
And brain damage is setting in from drugs if they're doing that.
And
Irreversible often.
now when she comes out of it, she's going to have to deal with that trauma.
Mhm.
If she even comes out of it. Maybe she comes out of it in her 30s or her 40s.
Mhm.
And she's going to have to deal with that trauma for the rest of her life.
Mhm.
But she's been in a living nightmare and a hell for 15 to 20 years.
Yeah.
That really what you wanted for your daughter? Is that really what you wanted for your daughter? That was preventable.
And resources for parents are lacking too. I'm not a parent, but I do think that there's another side to it where their hands are tied as well in certain aspects. I know some moms, I won't say any names, they'd go hog tie their kid and take him away, far away, and lock him up, right? Well, that's illegal, right, in our society. So there's a lot of things that are hindering parents too. And so I try to see all sides of it. But if there is a shelter with people who can, like a village, we can all help your child. But we can't when there's no place to go and they're all full when we call them in Tacoma or Seattle, right? But there is more hope for children that are homeless, teenagers. If we had a safe place, then like women like me or John Michelle or Jocelyn could come and try to be part of your family and like bring that family unit together with more support. Because parents' hands are tied in a lot of situations. So you need to get creative about how to help people. But you can't do it when they're out here being controlled on the street.
And I'm not blaming the parents,
No,
right?
I know you're
it's
not.
like,
So
look,
I make it clear so they don't think I
yeah,
was either.
You
I'm
can't
not.
be here. It's not safe,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You are destroying this ecosystem. There's other kids here. I've got to go to work. You're putting things in jeopardy. You just can't be in this household. I can't love you that way. I've got to love you from afar, but you can't be in this house. And I can't physically help you here. You're stealing. You're just causing issues here. But if there was help, if there were resources,
Yeah.
right? And you see them, and you're seeing them in Silverdale. If you're driving around Silverdale, they're looking pretty young, walking around, but they're also looking pretty old. We're watching seniors that are walking around the streets. 50-year-old women, 60-year-old women, 70-year-old women. We're watching folks that are addicted on fentanyl and meth in walkers and wheelchairs, and it's like, what the hell is going on?
And there's a lot that aren't doing drugs. Those are the ones that I initially started helping because in my toolkit, those are the easiest to help because I don't know, because I just know what elderly people need, and it's not a cardboard box outside a shelter because they're not allowed in because people who are incontinent aren't allowed.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I knew how to use the court system to show this incredible lack of ability to care for themselves.
Did you say if they're incontinent, they're not allowed in?
They can't hold their bladder or bowel, which are very common things that happen to all of us.
Yeah, how many have IBS?
Yeah,
I don't, but I know a lot of friends of mine that have
so
IBS.
You're not allowed in a shelter.
You're
Now,
done.
I'm not blaming the shelter.
Right.
When I was young, I'd be like, oh, why are you so mean? But then I realized, they can't provide that level of care. They're not a medical facility.
Right.
They don't have the tools or the training to do that, perhaps, even though it seems pretty easy to me. But I don't blame them. But these people, you could go to court and then you could find adult family homes. But over time, the laws have made it harder. So like if I wanted to do it today, it would nearly be impossible for me as a working full time as another job, because the person who petitions the court now has to also like find the resources, have a network of adult family homes. Often it's based on your insurance and your ability to pay. And so they cherry pick, which people can pay the most and who oftentimes are the easiest keepers, right? The ones that don't talk maybe or move. You keep them in their bed, flip them over every few hours, and you get paid for that, right? But a lot of these other elders that need that type of care are overlooked. And so then sadly, I've seen one time I was down by 7-Eleven when Kitsap Rescue Mission was still there. And this family in a van came and kind of pushed this old man out, and they threw a suitcase out next to him. And I was like, this is like a movie. Like, you can't make this up. And I was like, wait. Here I am trying to figure out the problem, and I'm like, no, wait, why are you leaving this man here? There's no, there's not even any beds tonight that are left. Because at that point they only had so many beds a night. And the lady was like, that's my uncle. He has dementia. We can't handle him anymore. And I'm like, well, this isn't a dog rescue center. Like, you can't just drop the dog off at the Humane Society.
Right.
This is your uncle.
Mhm.
There's other steps. But the system is so hard for people to go through that all these people fall in the cracks. And then you have a man out here. I called 911
Mhm.
thinking that they were, because, I just have such high regard for those people, who protect us and who save our lives. And I also got mad at them for a while because I was like, wait, this guy, you guys, and they're like, hey, he's like breathing. And I'm like, yeah, but did you just hear what I said? He's got dementia. He's going to be wandering around getting hit by a car. Nothing. They can't do anything. Mm-hmm. And I don't blame them anymore either. So we just have to look at we have to bring these stories out to light, and we have to acknowledge that there's many causes of homelessness. There's not, it's not a one size fits all, and they're not all going to harm us, but we can not only help them by providing services, but we can help ourselves financially is everyone's biggest motive, I find, after all these years. But for the people who really have like ethical and moral dilemmas and depression over this, it can also help those people too.
Yeah.
So it seems like a win-win to me.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we've been going 4 hours. It doesn't seem like it. Have we left anything out? My
daughter just messaged me and said, this is a long A podcast.
Well, they can pause it.
Well, yeah, I think what we should do is definitely do a part 2, but did we kind of go over, did we get the
I think so. I should say that when I have referenced these emails, these communications between Denise Fry and Sound West Group and this idea of a master plan in Harrison Heights, and how the timing is extremely suspicious between that and the opportunity zone hearing that we see being proposed in May 20. And we actually don't know if the opportunity zone application has been awarded or not.
No, in September.
Is it?
Yep, September. The governor will determine.
Okay. It's
and then it goes to the federal.
The public can find those emails, at least most of them, in the comments I submitted. So those are actually in the July packet of the Planning Commission.
Okay.
So you can, if you hit Control F, you hit Denise Fry, master plan, it'll be there.
The master plan. Huh? Yeah, sounds like the master solution.
Everything with these guys is about a master plan. I translate that to like the master race or white supremacy, but that's just me.
What I would ask you to do or consider, again, Kimmy and Jose have their own platforms and they are busy on there. Jose, as a paralegal, your information is pretty high and you try to drill it down as much as you can, but it is voluminous and it is hard to track.
I know.
Right?
I know.
And Kimmy, your information is voluminous. If you guys could commit to coming on at least once a month, I'd love to see you twice a month, but once a month.
Hey, yeah, I would.
It doesn't have to be 4 hours, just a 1 hour debrief. Here's what's going on. This is where everything stands. Just break it down, just so we have an idea.
I'm game.
Even if you can't come in physically, you can do it from your phone. It's nice to have you in. I'll feed you. But
thank you for the pizza. I love pizza.
But I think it's helpful for the people just to be able to digest it.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've got documents and it's so long and it's like, okay, I'm reading it. I can follow it a little bit. And it's like, oh man, and then what do I do? And it's just so overwhelming.
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah. But it's like, I get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
Right?
It gets better over time. Trust me, when I first met Jose, I don't know.
If you're still here in the chat, if you could put a 1, if you want to see these guys on at least once a month, that'd be helpful.
I cannot believe I got on your show and I actually got to talk about the public trust doctrine. Like, do you know how long I've been wanting to talk about that?
Yeah, it's amazing.
It literally, if you Google Juliana the washerwoman, remember you ever see the movie Braveheart?
Yeah.
Well, the king in Braveheart is King Edward I, Longshanks, his cruelty was legendary, but he also believed in orderly law, because if you have a kingdom, you want order to rake in that money, right? So there is a case that became law. Juliana, the washerwoman, made her living washing clothes in a stream. I forget what the town was, but there was a nobleman who was the mayor, and he lived upstream. And because there was the stream was kind of breaking down, he decided, I want the stream for myself. Screw Juliana. He put a blockage. So Juliana, the washerwoman, went to Longshanks and said, hey, I need that water to live. I need that water to make my livelihood. And Longshanks, who was a fan of Roman law, basically decreed to Juliana, he decreed in her favor and against this nobleman who was the mayor, and said, the waters have always been common. Certain natural resources belong to everyone in common. And then with that ruling, he tacked on these regulations to his ruling that basically says, don't throw rotten meat in the stream. Basically, don't pollute the waters because everyone needs the water.
Mm-hmm.
So this basic idea of protecting our natural resources for everyone, it's actually the underlying basis for the Shoreline Management Act. So the idea of Wesley Larson just doing whatever he wants and the city letting him do whatever he wants with his little parcel in the shoreline jurisdiction, that is such a fundamental violation that it kind of derides the very idea of what government is for. So that's how basic that is. And I have never gotten to say that in public ever. And probably everyone will nod off, like, who is that weirdo?
Life goal achieved. No, I think a lot of this will be in history recorded, and people will understand it as time goes on, and it will become more palatable because you're building on it.
Yep.
Before we go, can I read just one little and recommend a book?
Yep.
I have so many books to recommend, but this one was given to me by a friend. It's called When We Walk By: Forgotten Humanity, Broken Systems, and the Role We Can Each Play in Ending Homelessness in America by Kevin F. Alder and Donald W. Burns. And there's a little section here I just wanted to read called The American Dream. These people were not the vagrants and vagabonds, tramps and thieves that the laws had been written to guard against. These were the inheritors of optimistic America, its sons and daughters. Many of these uprooted persons set out hopefully with the belief that in America, all one needed to do when times got rough was to move on, but the dream was not working. And this was by Joan M. Krause, the homeless transient in the Great Depression.
Dream was not working.
The dream was not working. But we can do that. We can restore it.
I think so.
So do I.
We can at least, take steps. It does. What's happening here is really almost medieval. It's like an all or nothing. If you can't let us developers have our way, we'll take everything away from you. That's really what it feels like. There's no reason for this to be happening. It's absolutely unconscionable. And it is illegal. This is not like what America is supposed to be. It really isn't.
That's why more people are waking up.
And if you haven't, for those of you that are new to the channel, last Friday, I had Kathy Lustig on, Save in a Tie. And that is a really important episode about our water and how finite it is here on the peninsula. And with all of this development, our water table is not going to be able to recharge. And that is also quite the concern. And they are also letting developers overdevelop. And that is quite the issue. And, while they are definitely encouraging all of these wealthy folks to come over here to the peninsula, I think they're kind of selling them a bill of goods, like sell the property and then, folks are moving away. So, check that out. It's literally, let's just get the money and run. That's really kind of their attitude. And so we have to speak out.
That is connected to the public trust doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I have to tell you, the Oyster Bay gas station. What a fiasco that is. That's right up Kathy Lustig's alley.
Mhm.
This is a gas station on top of a cliff. It overlooks Oyster Bay. So benzene, which gas stations produce, is heavier than it flows down. In addition, it's a sensitive area where there could be landslides. So what the DCD agency has done with the Oyster Bay gas station is basically to again violate the Shoreline Management Act. And so they've kind of rubber stamped it. And I really don't know what to do with that because the city is determined to do its thing. But that is another example of a violation of a fundamental state law, of a fundamental public trust doctrine. They just do whatever to make sure that the fat cat developers get their way. And it's really egregious. And the problem with that is that is actually the site of an old gas station in the 90s that was cleaned up, gotten rid of, and then a developer came in, I forget his name, but so they started it back up, and DCD is like, no problem, why not? So the idea is that when we take steps forward for the environment, that you never go backward.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you improve the environment, then stop. Don't go backward. That is actually a giant step backward. And when you have benzene in the environment, that causes deformities. It destroys the waters. That is actually a fiasco. And you know, we discovered this because Mockler and an old petroleum industry expert said something online that we caught. So I looked into it. So it's not that I was like a legal ferret and dug it up. It's public. So it was mentioned. I looked into it and I thought, this sounds like the Evergreen Point. This is in the shoreline. It's supposed to be a protected area. And when you look at the documents, because I do Public Record Act requests, they're clearly taking shortcuts. This is not a place where a gas station should be because it's a fragile, the shoreline is fragile. Same thing like Enitai.
Mm-hmm.
It's fragile. When it's gone, it's gone. So the law protects it in a special way through the Shoreline Management Act, which means that the public should be involved in decisions that affect it. It's called the cumulative impact. There's supposed to be a cumulative impact analysis, and the public gets to weigh in. And what happens is that steps are taken by these agencies to cut the public out, and that is part of the fiasco of the Evergreen Point. So you mentioned Kathleen's name, so this immediately comes to mind.
Yep.
It's the same phenomenon. Is that in this town, these environmental laws, they pretend to honor them, but they actually give it a huge twist so that it becomes like a version of law that's developer friendly.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot of talk, so it sounds cool, but what they're actually doing is completely flouting the law. It's like an utter flouting of law. For the Evergreen Point, not only did they, crap on the law on the level of the Shoreline Management Act, during the Growth Management Act, during comp planning, Bremerton 2044 comp planning, they basically did not discuss it at all. So there's a big gaping hole in it.
Yeah.
And so now we're in round 2 of the Shoreline Management Program. And they try to get away with basically like shoving it under the rug. And then I said, wait a minute. We commented in October during the pause, coincidentally enough, we commented. Our comment should be in the record. So it appears that Bremerton was withholding information from the Department of Ecology so they could get away with the Evergreen Point.
Mm-hmm.
So it's some really, really dirty crap going on. And we deserve better.
Yeah.
We deserve better. Should not be happening.
And just think about it. You're an aspiring homeowner. You buy a home. You've got a 30-year mortgage. And then you find out that this is going on. And it's like, wow, what do? I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That gas station is like on a bluff. And you have residences around Oyster Bay, some of them with children. So it's heavier than air, and so it goes downward. It goes into the shoreline. It's it's a residential area,
Mhm.
and basically to be nice to developers, just like anything goes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's really atrocious.
And
It
we know
really
this
is
happens
atrocious.
up here. This happened up at Kitsap, right? What's that over there in Navy Yard City, right? They moved black folks out over there, right? So there's precedent right here in Kitsap County,
Mhm.
right? You got Cancer Alley, and I mean, there's just stories all over the place. Right.
It's gross. There's
Yeah.
no reason for it.
Well, man, I really appreciate you guys coming on. This didn't seem like 4 hours. It just flashed by. We're at basically 4.5 now. I mean, it was like boom, super quick. But there's so much information. So, please tune into their channels. They will keep you abreast of everything that's going on. You could tell that they're making a difference because you came to the city council last week in force and made your voice heard. That's where change is going to come. It's not too late to run for office. Remember, I do broadcast city council meetings. I know because I can see the numbers. Y'all are watching. So that's great. And I broadcast all 4 cities, Bainbridge, Poulsbo, Port Orchard, and Bremerton. Kitsap Transit, the commissioner meetings. I try to put it all out there now so that you can stay informed and you can find it all in one place so you don't have to try to chase it around at their different websites and try to bring the information into one central location to empower you. And again, whatever little thing that you do, you just do a little bit at a time. And, the thing that they want to do is just to keep you in the dark and just do what they do. But we're waking up and we're taking over. And we're going to take our power and do what we have to do. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off for Kimmy and for Jose. I am Marwan Cameron. This is the Conduit. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And we'll see you next time. All right, everybody.